Okay, just starting the live stream. How's everybody doing tonight? We're just waiting for results now. Waiting for results. So if anybody wants to come up and chat, just let me know. I volunteered today for the Liberals, and I can tell you, there's no way to cheat at voting. Like, there's so many safeties in place. A ton. I was going through lists of people that that they get as they vote. It's interesting stuff. Hey, Frontline, come on up.
I'm here.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got a little bit of an echo. I can hear myself in my own mic.
Yeah, my headphones should be actually okay by now. I'm gonna put them on because they help with the echo. Well, help to get rid of the echo, not create it. There we go. That should take care of it.
Oh, that's way better.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my laptop speaker, microphone just causes echoes. But I was just saying, I volunteered today with the Liberals, going through their sheets to see who they need to call to make sure they vote, because they get lists of who's already voted. It's really cool stuff. So there's just no way to rig a Canadian election, a Canadian federal election, by the looks of what I've seen. I have a friend who's working today too at the polls, and so is Miss Lotus Lady. I think is working the polls today.
Well, I mean, the only way to truly, rig an election in Canada is just to brainwash people.
Exactly, which is what we've had, right? So hey everyone, if anybody wants to come up and chat, just let me know. I see I've already got some requests here. Let's see who we got. We got Zeb and Sean and Lincoln Bio. That I don't know them, so we'll have to check on them. And a beautiful Canada. Hey, Lincoln Bio, I just need to ask your age.
I'm 27.
27. Okay, welcome up.
Yes, I voted Liberal today. Team Liberal.
Wonderful. Me too. I got this cool picture from the campaign.
Aww,
they sent me.
That's awesome.
Isn't it? Like, you can see the crowd and everything. Yeah, it's just a chance shot. One of the photographers took that picture. And my candidate sent it to me today because I did some volunteering for her. So it was really cool. Yeah, so now it's the waiting game, because we're not going to know anything until the polls close at what? Is it 7:30 in Ontario? Or 9:30 in Ontario? 7:30 for us.
At the moment, we sit at 16 Liberals and 7 Conservatives.
Okay.
And that's as of CBC.
And what's that based off of?
They said that's below what they wanted.
So it's.
Well, I mean,
we're now 50-50, so I don't know.
How are we 50-50? How many Liberals to PCs?
We have 16 Liberals, 7 PCs, yep. 7 PCs. So.
Okay, so we're still ahead.
We are still ahead. Oh yes, but our lead was much faster, And again, because I know some of these ridings are very close. Like I'm looking at one, I can't see who the riding was, but the number was 45, close. And one is 31. Now, are all the ballots been counted? There's not a guarantee. This is who you're showing forth. This is who you might be projecting, but you never know.
So how can they release ballots? I thought they couldn't release any ballots until the election is over.
I think they're just showing what they're towing at tallies at this point in time, but they are showing numbers that have been officially closed, like to say this person has won. So yes, this we can say has been elected. They are calling one for the first one that they're declaring is somebody from Newfoundland, obviously due to time difference. So yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And for the life of me, I apologize. It is a Liberal, but I don't know who it was. So yeah.
Nope, that's okay. I'm going to pull up the CBC here. News, so that we can keep an eye on what's going on.
I'm going to have it in front of me all night, so.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm
at the CBC.
I can do that. Yeah.
Well, I'm I'm out with the peepers, but I'm outside with my television, like I'm outside, but the TV's right there on the wall, so I'm good. And I have closed captioning on, so.
Nice. So you're watching the CBC for us, Frontline?
I am while I'm trying to enjoy the peepers, and hopefully you can pick up on the peeper sound if you need to. So it brings a
Yeah.
calm, right? I'm here for the breathing,
Oh.
people.
I'll probably pop in and out because I gotta get kiddos started for bed.
Yeah.
But I'm watching both on CBC and listening here.
Yeah.
The skies are clear.
Hey, Frontline, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say I've got the CBC going and I've got Elections Canada, the official elections results sites going at the same time. So
Nice.
I thought I heard someone say, now I was in JB's live,
Yeah.
who God love him, because I literally had just left here and they said, okay, guys, we're going to 12 minutes. We'll be right back. I said, okay. And so I said, okay, I'll be back in 12 minutes. So I popped into JB's when he was already up to 400,000 likes.
Oh wow.
And I was like, what? I could not
Tap,
get
tap,
over
tap
that.
the
Yeah.
screen.
So, oh, they were tapping the screen. It was kind
We're
of
never gonna
crazy.
hit that,
So,
but
yeah.
yeah.
No, but hey, we can get pretty good.
Conservatives
Live
just went
today.
up to 8. Conservatives just went up to 8 from 7.
Okay. Okay. So we're not gonna panic. We're gonna
Well,
take a deep breath, and we're just gonna
East
hold
Coast
it there.
I'm on live now.
Yeah.
Is the East
Hi,
Coast
everybody.
mostly
There
conservative?
we
What
go.
a
Hi,
day
Mrs.
today. Hi, what a day today. Mrs. Radical wanted me to get a box saved for her.
Unboxing.
To save a box for her to come up. She's at a liberal party tonight, like a results party.
Oh yes.
She's been
was
working
gonna go,
on
but
the campaign, and I think she wants to maybe kind of go live and so show some stuff. And I know we get
Cool.
busy in the boxes here, so just so we don't sort of miss her, I guess.
yeah, I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that'll
What is
be
the maximum
exciting.
amount of
to
boxes?
put
It's
some
9,
around.
right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the maximum amount of boxes is 9, I believe.
9 or
Including me.
12.
Change your
Is it
panel.
12?
I don't
Yeah, you can
know.
actually. Let me take a look. Let's see. It's been a while. Usually I have smaller panels, so I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, we want her to have like sort of the bigger screen, right? If she's going to show some live stuff.
15-9.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Can you imagine if they win? Did we get to share that moment?
Okay, I have
If they win.
16-8.
15-9.
I'm showing 16-8.
As of right now on CBC, they're projecting 15-10, one to switch,
Okay.
as I was talking.
Shit.
So.
Like these numbers we have
I'm
been.
not sitting down. I'm on. Oh shit.
So these polls have closed already?
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
thought they couldn't release any data from the polls until all of the polls have closed. Am I wrong?
No, they start
Oh,
at
Lord.
the East Coast.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
don't call the East Coast. We call them the Atlantic Canadians. That's where we are. Sorry, I don't mean to be particular.
And what way does the East Coast tend to lean, or is it all over the place?
Well, sometimes it's hit and miss, and sometimes it all depends. And I hate to say, if you're old school and you're looking for them to buy your vote, they would slip you the bottle. Well, now they don't do that anymore, right? Kind of thing. So, but unfortunately, and I think that's kind of one of the reasons that it really attracted me more to the lives as of late. And I know one in particular was when Mr. Radical was hosting, but the logicals or the ideology of so many radical people. And
Yeah.
I saw that in particular, and I hate to say it, it was when so many had come back during COVID. Because again, Atlantic Canada was the safest place in the world because we didn't have COVID. But everyone was upset because, well, I have property there, right? There was rules and the transportation. Well, I don't care. That's my property. So, under pressure, we opened up the borders. And, well, you know what? As soon as we did, they did not quarantine. And someone turned around and boom, we have 2 instant cases of COVID that you've now spread at a family barbecue that's amongst, I don't know how many different people. One was a child, like a child under 2, so I'm going to say a baby. Yeah. And then it was like wildfire. And we went from, again, the safest place in the world to now everyone has had it, right?
Yeah.
So we went into the lockdowns. We were, here you weren't, you had to go in, you weren't not allowed You want to talk about what it felt like to be in a lockdown? Like, again, we were very strict here. You
Yeah.
would only associate with 5 people. If you had a family of 6 people, you basically weren't allowed to go home. Technically,
Yeah.
by rules, you weren't allowed to have any more than 5. I mean, we joked around. I mean, it was morbid, but we said, hey, it's a good thing Dad's not here, right? We'd be illegal. Like, we'd have too many people in the house. Like, that was the
Yeah.
horrible thing about it, but it would have been the truth, right? That's the kind
Yeah.
of restrictions we were down to. And here I have an 80-year-old woman who's basically infirmed in her home as it is, and I have nurses coming in and out of here all day long. I'm like
Yeah.
a compromised immune person myself, so it was terrifying to be like, oh, right? And
Yeah.
so now it's kind of hard to tell because we have seemed to have so many. When they did show up, they were like, well, we have these rights, we want to do this. They're going everywhere, and they really came around and said they didn't like how we did things here, and they've really had a push to change. And boom, we now have a conservative provincial government, and a lot has changed, and I don't like where it's going.
Yeah.
I really don't. Like,
And
I don't understand how people think that some of the ideas that they have are good things. If you really, really read the fine print, read
Sorry,
the
I'm
fine
gonna cut
print.
you off there for a second so I can give you guys some updates. It's now 14 to 12.
this is going to be a nail biter.
Oh, I'm feeling it already.
Right now, I've got 13 to 13, so it's headed
Now I'm
out.
tied at 13 is what it's showing.
All right, that just changed in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, really, like trying to keep up to date is next to impossible at this time because it just keeps shifting. Within like 30 seconds, it shifts like 2 times at times. So
Just switched back 14 to 12. Jenna, if you're talking, you're muted.
Does anybody remember the Bush Gore
15 to
election?
12.
Come
It's going to
on.
be close. Just by this, I have a feeling we're in for a minority government either way. But it's pretty early to tell.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
16, 12.
17, 11.
17, 11.
Yeah, like it's still really early in
So
the
early.
night, so I mean we can go head to head for a while, but at the end of the day, we've still got hours of hours until we see like kind of
Anything for real.
determination in terms of whether it'll be a minority government of whatever side or majority or whatever all the different predictions are, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, we just need to try to keep our calm. We'll know a lot more when when Ontario results start coming in, I think. Like once we get past the East Coast and into Ontario.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that'll be around 7:30, 8 o'clock that'll start, is my understanding. So we've got an hour, 2 hours really, almost till we're going to have anything.
Yep.
This is going to be tense. But, so what did everybody else do with their day today to pass time?
I spent my
well,
day here.
that's pretty much, I think the majority of us have spent it here, and like I myself
Yeah.
voted today this morning first thing, so that was the most important in my mind for my day.
Yeah. I early voted because I was just too scared of some random thing happening today and not being able to vote. So I got it out of the
Yeah.
way on Good Friday.
I
I
did
knew I
mine on
wasn't changing my
Saturday.
mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was It was not that busy, but I'm in an Edmonton riding and I went at an off time. I went at 2 in the afternoon. So, oh, Treaty, do you want to come up
And
and
I
tell us
think
about
the
Harper?
early voting, I think we really saw a kick and a push for it because it was during a weekend. So a lot of people were already home. It was a long weekend, and it was like, hey,
Yeah.
let's take the opportunity. And I mean, early voting as a whole, I think, what was it, 5.3 million Canadians voted
Yeah.
in the early voting. So I mean, record turnout for the last minimum 5 years, if not longer, at this point. So
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
a good sign.
Treaty Bird is trying to get up, but for some reason I can't get her up.
Oh, let me see if I can.
I don't know why. It's just she's
It's,
showing.
it's because you have it's because you have 6 people up here already, and when it's in this
Ah,
mode, you have to switch it to the panel mode in order to bring more people up.
okay, let's do that. Just give me a second to get to panel. Yeah, I don't use it very often. Yeah, panel's on up to 6 guests. I got to change it to grid.
Oh, now it's 1812. Not the year.
Thank God, not the year.
There we go. That's better. Let's move my background a little bit.
Awesome.
There we go. So now I should be able to get Treaty up here. Accept. There we go, Treaty. So you had the joy of having to listen to
Oh,
why am I blanking? Stephen Harper today. How was
Steve.
that?
Let's call him Steve for today. Well, actually, I'm sorry, Jana and Frontline and Zen, but you all missed. I played the video for everybody a couple hours ago, and we all listened
Okay.
to it together. But it was revolting.
Awesome.
It was.
It's
We all
I
did it
felt like
together
I
as a
needed a
group.
shower after that.
how like revolting. What did he
Okay.
say?
No, I find the worst part was because he's talking about, he says, there's 10 million square kilometers of land to be developed in our Arctic, right in the north. This was a First Nation gathering. There were no Inuit people there. So to come here and talk like that was unbelievable to me. He's bragging about that road, the Dempster Highway that they built to Tuktoyaktuk,
Oh,
without talking
yes.
about Tuktoyaktuk sinking into the Arctic Ocean due to climate change. So
Jeez.
that,
I cringed. I
oh
cringed when
God,
that played. I was like, "What? Oh God, no!"
yeah. And it was 26 minutes, the interview in total. He cut there was an Indigenous woman who was asking him the questions. He cut her off 3 times. He mixed up, he called us Indians, Aboriginal, and Indigenous, so he couldn't even keep the terminology straight. He said, look, like 8 times, I think the missus counted. It's and then one other thing that I found really disturbing, because again, talking about developing the north, was he says there's no or very little economy up there, discounting the Indigenous economies that exist outside of commerce, right? Like, so that was problematic. Then he started talking about how the public servants aren't even back to work since COVID, because they have a blended work life now, right? You can go to work in the office 2 days a week, 3 days a week. And my daughter is a public servant. And he made the whole crowd clap because he made it sound like they're not working. They need to get back in the office and get to work. Meanwhile, I took a break and had a call with my daughter, and she was like, this is disgusting, because their work conditions right now are unbearable. Like, she talks about how awful it is to work in the Pink Palace in Edmonton now, because they don't have assigned seats. You can't, there's no accommodations. You got to carry your laptop and your keyboard and your mouse if you have ergonomic needs, back and forth on the bus if that's what when she takes transit. She has, and she does have ergonomic needs, so she has to park her personal chair in a chair corral. And like, it's just, it's not a healthy workplace. So he's painting this picture that is false. And then he also bragged about how they in his government, it's 21-10 for the Liberals. Sorry, squirrel.
I'm watching it at the side here. Yep.
He talked about how they changed the regulatory system. And he says there used to be 40 departments that had to approve one project, and we made it down to 3. That was never the truth. There were 5 at max: NRCan, DFO, Environment and Climate Change, Indigenous Services Canada, and maybe sometimes Public Service Canada, or the Public Works and Government Services they used to be called, but I don't know what they're called now. Sometimes. So really there were 4 and almost only 3, because Indigenous Services doesn't get involved very often. It's usually DFO, the Impact Assessment Agency through ECCC, and the Canada Energy Regulator through NRCan, Natural Resources Canada. He's such a liar, bold-faced lying to this room of Indigenous people. But it was a group of Indigenous people that I don't feel I belong with, because there were two groups that had environment booths. I was at one of them, and the Impact Assessment Agency was at the other. Hang on, I got some room service. Hang on 2 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, while she's getting her room service, Jana, could you make your box actually like on the side rather than all the small little boxes? Do you know what I mean? If you go to guests, right? Go to guests, go to manage guests, and then when you see the Beaver Network, you will see an expand button right at the end of it, like beside the microphone and the video button. You'll see an expand button. Click that. There you go. Thank you. Sorry, my OCD was just sorry.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm back. But that was pretty much, that was the gist of it. But I'll play that video again one day. And but if anyone else, you all heard it, so chime in what you heard too, because we had multiple years sitting around the panel listening to this.
Yeah. So I'll quickly chime in, and I did say it earlier, but I'll go over my points that I kind of stood out the most to me. So the biggest thing was he was talking about essentially globalizing. Which, as I pointed out earlier, I thought to the conservatives, globalism was the devil, for lack of better words. But he kept talking about globalizing trade and all that sort of stuff. So calling the kettle black, as well as when he was talking about Indigenous people having a seat at the table when it comes to discussing how things are going to move forward with natural resources and such. One of the things that I really caught on to, and I think it was the inflection that he used. And I'll say the same thing as I did earlier. If I misinterpreted it wrong, then I do apologize. But the way he said, as long as they think they have a voice at the table, and it really just his inflection, I was like, yeah. So you're essentially tokenizing having the Indigenous voices there to essentially make them feel like they've got a voice, is what he's saying. And I'm like, that right there, anyone that wants to say that he's not a pile of garbage just on that one alone, to me, is just I can't have a conversation about it.
Thank you for reminding me of that piece. I got to write it down so I don't forget again. Thanks.
The thing for me that struck out when I was watching was, again, right to the north. And I think of it for one of 2 reasons. First and foremost, the people that are there. Because if you start disturbing the land, we have all seen what happens. We saw what happened with the oil. We know now why no one has had a half-decent water that they've been able to get from their own damn tap for how many decades, right? And so that's not just a Justin Trudeau thing, and we can't even say let Harper wear that hat either. This goes back a long way. And so yes, things have been done, but if we start turning around, because let's not forget, folks, we have the diamond mines up there, and the issue coming here is, and I remember on the way back from one of the trips, and it was that I had been in Alberta, was probably I'm going to say it was early April. And he said, oh, I don't even know why I'm coming. This guy who was in one of these, up here, the diamond, well, I guess he was one of the miners. He said, I don't even know why I'm doing this trip. I'm only going to be home 24 hours and I got to turn back. I said, what? I said, yeah. He said, oh, I miss my kid. She's only 6 months old and I really, really miss her. So I want to come home and see her. I don't care, just for a couple of hours, he said. I said, that's a really good dad you are. He said, well, he said, it's not even nice up there. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I drive these big trucks. He said, the wheels are all sinking. He said, and it's far too early. As far as I am, and I'm up there, he said, like where there is no people, and really in a lot of the area, or not that we see. He said, and this is not the time of the year for these wheels to be sinking. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen what these trucks look like. They're not your average. Okay, take a dump truck, like the Tonka truck. Now you multiply that by about, let's say about 5,000. Them things are big, okay? And the tires alone on them and the weight that these things can carry, right? Just imagine what that damage is doing to the ice, which then causes all kinds of problems with the permafrost and then into the tundra and the whole area. And you've got like very specific things up there that are only unique to the area, but bring a lot of vegetation and are meaning a lot of sacred things as well to the people that are up there. You can't just jump on for the sake of making some money. You have to remember there are people that are there. I agree. Yes. Should the naval port in the area and we have a larger ranger area be extended? Yes. But again, that is a difficult terrain to be up in the Resolute area. And you can only go so far. And you still have to have other means of being taken care of. But you got to talk about how cold that is. Not your average person can take that. So, and then let's talk about what the weather's like 6 months of the year. It's black, right? Yep. It's hard on the mind. It's hard mentally. I mean, just knowing that there could be someone out there that you don't see because it's just what that's like, let alone what kind of animal's going to come out to meet you, right? So you have to have a lot of respect. But that whole point when he was pushing and talking about the North, and I thought, you didn't even ask the people there what they wanted. You just want to jump onto this area. You totally have disrespected any treaty that is on paper that you've taken care of, that it's already been done ages ago. You have no right to change. And if you don't understand what that means, go and look at that woman who's the MP from New Zealand and have she busted out into the Maori war dance and to tell them people, you know what? You are not the king and the king is not here. And so you didn't sign that. We cannot change this. This is in place. And I think that the people that are indigenous peoples of no matter where you are, the North, if you are Métis, if you are a full blood, I don't care what band you are, I don't care what it is, please stand up and say, no, this is my right and you're not taking it away, because we all need it. I am begging you. I don't care what happens in the end of this. Please be as loud as you possibly can. Stand on a chair, get a damn ladder, get a megaphone. I will buy you one from Amazon. Please stand up and say something, because you need to be the voice to change.
Absolutely.
Okay, there.
And he also added that, the world is still relying on Canada's conventional energy. Like, we all know that's a lie.
Exactly. But we got to get away from the coal and the oil, right?
Says just quickly put in the next polls just closed, so we're going to start to get more ridings being counted. We'll probably see more numbers shift now at a quicker pace. So we're getting into it.
I think this is just for Ile de la Madeleine.
Treaty. One of the points that from your video today, Stephen Harper ended the whole thing, and I think I expressed this earlier, but it was just really haunting the way it was clapped to. But he made a reference to just working harder, and that whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps comment comes flooding back, and with his whole chest said that, and he was applauded, and I was shocked at that, saddened at that.
Yeah, the implication that they're not working hard enough.
Well, you got to know the audience, though, Jenna. This is a group of First Nation people that are very proactive. Like I said, there was our booth and one other booth that were environment related, and we were in a corner beside each other, while the rest was all big corporations and banking and investors and things like that. So the audience, And then this is what upset me. And looking around, and I'm going to make comments to the organizers. Like, there needs to be balance here. Yes, we want economic development and economic opportunity as Indigenous people, but not at the cost of our future generations. And not everybody that's Indigenous wants to work at a mine or in the oil fields or in forestry or whatever. Some of them still want to live off the land and practice their rights, and they should be able to do that, while the others that want to work in resource development can do that too. And then there's those that want both. So we need, and you know what drove me crazy is how everybody's like, well, we're driving investors away. Why do we want investors that will cut corners, that are willing to risk our environment, that are willing to risk our water and our future generations? There are investors who are willing to do what's right. Why don't we want them?
Here, 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 here.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is so stressful.
Oh, look at this. Oh my God. Surfski, get a life, dude.
I know.
Like, go away. This is
Why are
disgusting. Money given to First Nations needs to be more regulated. They can't manage it themselves. You listen to too much freaking PP rhetoric, dude.
Your bigotry is showing. Just
Very
say.
much.
That's not bigotry. That's something else.
And let me,
Well,
I'd like,
yeah.
money is a means to an end for Indigenous people. We don't have a relationship with money. We don't covet it. We don't desire it. We use it to get our needs met, and we share it with each other. So like I've seen some of my friends that I know that got some good settlements out of, day schools and things like that, these claims that are being settled in the tune of $100,000 or more, that they sometimes are gone in a couple months. But you know what? They buy a vehicle. They buy a vehicle for their brother or for their cousin. They pay all the debts that they've incurred in the last 10 years. There's First Nations who are still on pay-as-you-go cell phones. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't even know that still existed, for God's sake.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the relationship with money and time is very different. These are imposed concepts on us. And we don't care about money. We really don't. Some of us do. Like, I don't want to speak for everybody, but even like I can say I've made money. I've had money. My husband has made money. We had money together, but we've both blown money too. And it doesn't mean anything to us really, because it's not our way. It's not the relationship we have with money. It's a means to an end.
23.9 for us so far.
Whoop woo!
That's not a bad start.
No, it's not.
So Buddy in the comments should mind his own business about what Indigenous people do with their money.
Exactly.
Well, it's very condescending.
Because let's ask you
to-
what
to
you
say
do for
that
your
all
money.
Indigenous cannot manage money.
Well,
Yeah.
this is it, because I know a lot of YT people who can't either.
Me too.
And a lot of them will sit there and take vacations. This is funny. Well, actually, when I was going to vote, because due to disability, I am not able to drive, and no one was available for me to go with, so I had one of the people from the polls do it. She happened to be a former MLA, which I didn't realize until about halfway through. And we were having this conversation. She said there was a person that they worked with in the polls, a young guy, and he said, well, I don't really know. I like his plan, but PP's got a good point, kind of thing with this, situation. Like, I can't afford to buy a home. He said, so, I'm wondering, am I working for the right campaign? And she said, excuse me, you take at least 5 trips a year that cost you in excess of $20,000. And you're not going with a family. This is just your own. She said, if you took 1 year of not traveling and banked that $100,000, there's your deposit to put on your home towards a mortgage so that you can get a mortgage. So, and he was kind of startled that she had said this. And she said, well, you can't really tell me what to do with my money. Well, no, she said, you're right, I can't. But you need to take some responsibility, she said, and stop blaming people that you can't come up with a down payment on a home and can't afford it. Right? Like, come on, people. Where is your priorities? It's a need to have a home. It's a want to go on vacation. Right? Come on. Stop that. It's about your perspective and really where is it that you can, I'm not saying don't travel, but break it down that maybe once a year, you take a trip, right? I don't know. And maybe visit some other parts of Canada, right? Like, come on.
Exactly.
So at 2210, we have one for the Bloc Quebecois now.
Yeah, I knew the block would be the next ones that got a seat.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more Bloc now because we're heading.
I
Yeah,
think we
that's from
will.
the Ile de la Madeleine. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, no, because I got this new mic off of Temu,
Nice.
so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Fancy.
No, it's working good. Yeah, like now that we've gotten in Quebec, like you said, we'll see a lot more block at this point, and then moving into Ontario and everything. That's when we'll really start to see the numbers for the NDP start to show up, and probably a green or two, and we'll see more color on the board at that point.
Does somebody know, because I'm not aware, how many seats does the Bloc have? Frontline, do you know?
10, is it?
I think
They have,
How many they have right now currently?
Like how much power can they hold? Like, isn't there certain things within the whole?
I mean, if Quebec won Bloc in every riding,
yes.
I think that's 78.
yeah, it's a pretty big number, but that would never happen.
No, that's true.
Like that would be
Something.
absolutely wild, but that would never
would be.
happen. I'm willing to say that maybe 30% of Quebec will go Bloc, 30 to 35%. The rest will be Liberal and Conservative.
Yeah. But see, Quebec does not like Polyev.
some might.
So,
Yeah, he's popular in the Quebec City region.
Mhm.
Really?
so
I'll be interested to see how many seats Liberals get in Quebec.
Yeah.
And what time do the polls close in Ontario? Or, like, are they all close at 8 or 9?
It's
9:30, they said
9.
before.
9:30?
Okay.
all polls
Yeah,
close
9,
at
9:30.
They close in another 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But it really
Yeah,
depends.
so
Like,
9 o'clock.
if people are still in line before, like they'll let everybody that's in line vote. They're not
Yeah,
going to cut people off and make them go home.
Yeah, I thought it was 9:30, and I was going to say
There you go. It's 9:30, so it's an hour from now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
And like you said, especially in the more populated regions, you'll definitely have like where they'll close, but you'll still have the line to get through. So some of those major populated areas, even when the polls close, you still have people sometimes upwards to an hour still voting afterwards. So
yeah. And I think that's why a lot of people went and did an early vote this year, but
yeah,
because the last time I remember, yeah, there was places in Toronto that were lined up for quite a bit afterwards.
yeah, I think there was a riding or two that were almost close to 2 hours after the polls closed,
Yeah.
and they were still pouring in, so to speak, from the
Yeah.
line that was still going on. So
So since we have a little lull, I will say to everybody here, tapping is clapping. It really does help get this live out to other people. We really appreciate it. Gifts help us grow our channel, and please do gift the panel if you can. They are putting in emotional work, and we really appreciate it. And if you want to become a member, subscribe to our channel, all subscribers get access to our Discord channel, which is a really great place to check out more information and have more conversations. So there we go. There's my shameless plug for a little bit. Oh, and also we upload our videos on YouTube, so you can follow us on YouTube as well. There are apparently threats for things that explode in Ontario. Someone's saying in the chat. Cat butt.
Really?
At least the
Yeah,
tornado didn't
yeah.
materialize.
Yes, that's good.
That's true, but they're still calling for some nasty weather tomorrow now, so.
I need to fly out of here tomorrow evening. So
Uh-oh.
send
Well, that
some
was-
Check
positive.
before you go.
yeah, like that. I was supposed to work today, and that kind of led to a bit of a panic on my side for like scheduling for today. And it was like, and then because the weather shifted so fast, while I was on my stint of the live, my boss messaged again, was like, yeah, we're not going to go. So
I just want to ask a quick question to Randy in the chat. Where did you get that information that there's apparently exploding threats in Western Ontario? I would just like to know where you got that information.
yeah, that'd be good to know. I haven't seen any reports or heard anything. And I've had
neither have
different
I.
websites up all day, and the lives going kind of
Ba-
CBC and all that.
Based on his handle, maybe he works for the CIA.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I'm just asking him because I can see that he's a peer supporter, so I'm wondering if he's trying to say this kind of stuff in chats to deter people from going to vote.
Ah, good point. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted
Yeah.
to say, like, where did you get that? Like, if I want to actually see a source,
You're so
'cause
smart.
I'm on
Well, I
top of
just went and
everything that's
checked.
going on right now, and I don't
just did
see
a
anything.
Google. Nothing's coming up.
Yeah, and nothing's on X, nothing's on Blue Sky, nothing's on any of these social media sites about this.
Yep.
Someone said Election Canada
Maybe they
site
need
is
a hug.
down. Can
I
anyone
think
verify that?
there's too many people.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't get on
down.
it. It's down.
Well, there were reports. I saw reports. They covered on
Mine's
CBC saying
fine.
that some people are having issues with it, but they did point. I can't remember where they pointed, but they did give another website to go to if you are having issues with. I just unfortunately can't remember what it was.
I'm just watching on CBC. They seem to be pretty up to date. Still at 2111 right now.
Does anyone want to make some seat predictions? I put up a form in the Discord where you could all put it in if you wanted.
I honestly don't think I'd be able to make a seat prediction at this point. I think it's more so whether it be minority government or majority government. And my prediction is I feel like we're going to be just under the cusp, so to speak, to seeing a majority liberal government. So I think we're looking at a liberal minority government with official conservative opposition again.
That sucks. But I mean, like it's good in some ways. It's just that look at how well working with the Conservatives has worked in the last 4 years. You know, they don't want to work with anybody. There is
Somebody's
Somebody's.
Frontline, you started to say something and then you cut off.
I thought Jana was done though, so then I just muted myself right away when I realized she was still speaking.
No, go ahead.
Somebody just asked, can you tell the negatives if the Conservatives win? Yes, we don't want a leader that leads with hate. Pretty easy.
So one quick thing I want to point out just on that topic alone, when it comes to going against the Charter of Rights and using the notwithstanding clause, we're seeing it. The biggest example would be that he's proposed to criminalize homeless for being homeless, coupled with the 3-strike rule, where 3 strikes and you minimum sentence of 10 years. I'm sorry, but right then and there, that is the biggest threat to Canadians today.
What hate are you referring to? Do you guys watch PBs?
What is your proof that he hates? Yeah, all we have to do is just open our eyes and listen, but because you guys speak his language, you can't see it.
I can give examples of hate. You want hate? Calling safe injection sites drug dens.
Yep.
The language
talking
right there.
The legalization, yes, the legalization using the wrong words, and it was Trudeau that legalized hard drugs, and that was not the case.
No.
That was
And
one
saying there's
province
only 2
who did
genders.
that, and they didn't exactly. Yeah, and it was decriminalization.
Talking
which is not
about women's
legalization.
biological clocks.
Anti-woke.
Yeah, saying
Anti-woke.
Anti-woke is a big one.
Indigenous people partook in residential schools. We covered the days of Sir John A.
Denying
Macdonald.
cultural genocide.
Yeah.
There's a
Come on.
biggie.
Also, let's talk about, but this is the thing though. It's not even just about what he says, it's about who his supporters are, right? His supporters speak louder than anything else. They're some of the most insulting, vile humans. Sorry, but that's just the facts. Like, if you guys don't like that, then don't associate yourself to that party, because that is who they are. They're the ones that come into these live streams or go into people's comments just to insult them and say things like libtard and, you know, talk to women like, oh, where's your blue hair? Oh, fucking feminists. Blah, blah. Like, that is your language. That is your party's language. So when we see that language, it screams out hate. And if you don't like that, then too bad. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And the sad part is the things that you hate are the things you do not understand. If you understood, you wouldn't be so scared of them. And you would understand where people who have experienced the things that he is talking about don't want to have to repeat. Please
Oh, James,
read an
just-
actual history book.
Yeah. Just today, I had someone wish they were at the rally with me so they could shove my phone down my throat. That's the kind of stuff that we get. I don't see liberals saying stuff like that.
Like
I
hate
have
to-
the
I mean, I'm-
RCMP coming to my house to get a flash drive that I'm giving to them. That's how bad it is.
Yep.
I'm giving the RCMP video evidence of someone who's going to get arrested.
My DMs is literally chock full of people telling me that I should just apply for MAID.
Same.
I got that too.
My
Of
neighbors.
course, I got a bunch of anti-LGBTQ language in there too.
Yeah.
Yep.
My conservative neighbors harass me on a daily, and they have fired guns when they see me on the land.
Yeah. So because I took part and I was somebody that in my small community started the Black Lives Matter protest here in my community and stuff like that, they ended up, I still have people, I'll walk to the store and I essentially get told that I need to leave their fucking town and I should have never moved here because I'm not welcome. Because I, stand up for other people that, clearly need to be bolstered and we need to stand up with. So,
Yeah, we get like my comments that get filtered, my filtered comments. I like they're just horrendous. I don't even look at most of them anymore. Like some of the stuff in there. Like
I think I shared in a Discord I'm in. There's one video I had to turn off the comments, but just for the filtered comments alone, it had nothing to do with race, sex, or gender or anything like that. But for like unaliving threats and all those sorts of things, do you know how many filtered comments on this video alone I had? 1,600.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
I'm so sorry for you guys. Like, that's awful.
I have been told that yes, I should consider the MAID myself as look at me. Why would anyone want to even think of anything that I have to say matters? Why am I even on this platform? One, I am too old because they see my gray hair. I have no right to say anything. Just for the record, I'm 51. I'm pretty damn proud of that. So yeah, and they don't like that I'm not quiet. And well, you know what? I've talked since the day I was born, and I'm not going to stop until I'm no longer here. So that's just how that goes. And if you don't like it, well, that's too bad. That's a you problem, and you can deal with it with somebody else.
And what's with the ageism on the conservative side? Like I posted
Yeah.
these pictures of the rally, and they're all like, "Oh, it's all old people,"
Yeah.
like
There's-
their opinions aren't valuable or something.
Yeah, or how
I just
boomers
wanna
are all
point-
liberals,
I
right?
just want to point out that there's a lot of young people coming into the chat as well. I've muted a few of them, but if you go to their profiles, you can see how young they are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, young.
And I hate to say this, how do you not understand what you're doing is an exact mirror reflection of this of the the southern border people. Like I cannot understand. How did we get
Because they
that
agree with
radicalized?
them. They agree with them. And those young people that we just talked about, those people are going to be able to vote next election. We have a giant problem on our hands. No matter what happens tonight, we still have a massive problem, and we have to figure out a way to deal with it. Otherwise,
Propaganda.
we're doomed. We're just doomed.
Something
You gotta
that I
teach
noticed
critical thinking to these kids.
is in Alberta alone, it's young kids, freshly graduated kids that are going to work in the trades, and they're around those 25 to 35-year-old men, and they're being somewhat groomed by those men. They don't stand a chance to have any critical thinking skills when it comes to politics because they just get fed that rhetoric.
Yeah,
And it's an endless cycle. So where do you break that?
absolutely. And I have my girlfriend's son actually moved from Ontario to Alberta, and she was, when it came to politics and policy, she was kind of a grounding rod for him. And since he moved there, he came to visit not long ago, and just his perspective on things is completely upside down now that he's gone to Alberta, and he really, like, he's so far off base. Even she shook her head and was like, "There's nothing I can do but still try to give him facts and hope he makes the best choice."
Guys, I have to drop, but I just want to say, it's been a good day, and I'm hoping for the best. So, yeah, we're at 10 o'clock, almost 10 o'clock here in Atlanta, Canada. So,
Wow.
okay,
Cross our fingers.
all right.
Good night,
Yes,
beautiful.
exactly. Okay, I will see you guys later.
Yeah,
Carry
good
on.
night.
Awesome. Thank you,
Good
and
night.
thank you for being a
Truly
part of
do.
things today.
Thanks very much for
Good
having me, guys.
night.
Take
Good
care.
night. Have a great night.
Do we have any numbers right now, or
We're still at 22, 10, and 1. We're just waiting for the next polls to open or close, sorry. I think.
And sadly, it showed Sean Fraser's behind in his writing.
Oh no, I really wanted him to win.
Me too.
Oh, me too. Can he still work for the government, like the Liberals, if he doesn't win?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, they'll find a position for him.
Good.
Yeah, run him
I
in a
love
box.
He knows how to talk to people.
And I'm looking at the popular vote, and the Liberals are still winning the popular vote.
We are 50.9 to 42.1 so far.
Yeah.
That's promising. Jacob, what we can't keep up with all the comments. Sometimes they go too fast. Don't take it personally, man. I don't even
and
see your
there are
comment.
people who have answered you, Jacob, and then you didn't answer them back. So
Jacob, how old are you?
yeah, I think Jacob is
Yeah.
a child.
Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, Jacob's like 12.
Mm.
Bye, Jacob.
The thing, though, we have to remember is that because young, kids, teenagers are on this app, we do have to be nice and respectful because at the end of the day, they are the next voting generation, and maybe, just maybe, one of them, even if it's 1 out of 100, if he listens to kind, compassionate people, they might,
Ash wants to know why.
But it's hard. But it's really hard. And I me, guys, I get pretty spicy sometimes. So I'm not saying it's easy. I've lost my cool numerous times, okay? But I try to be at least mindful that when it is somebody younger, I try to be really nice to them. If they're already an adult, then whatever, we'll get into it. And that's when my spicy comes out. But when I know that they're young, I try to stay nice because I know how influential, that they're in that part of that growth state that they could be influenced either way. And it's better for them to at least hear the truth, even if they don't believe it the first time they hear it. But the more they hear it, the more they might be like, hey, it is really weird that these other people think this is not the case. Maybe I should do some research,
Yep. And as for the question about conservative friends or families, it depends on if they're respectful or not. Right now, I'm not talking to my aunt because She's condescending. She's one of the condescending PP 51st daters where, you just don't, obviously you just don't know what you're talking about because you're not reading all the propaganda. Go to this random website and it'll tell you everything you need to know. Go to this YouTube video that that kind of stuff. So that gets awkward and hard. But as long as they can respect it, then sure.
I'm no longer speaking to my cousin. He was posting things about tampons in the man's bathroom.
Yeah.
So I wrote him a nice little message. Then he decided to write my mom, telling me how disrespectful I am. So she blocked him, and he's no longer talking to us.
I think I got rid of most of my conservative friends in the last election because I was being more vocal on like Facebook during the last election, and living in Alberta, I lost probably 90% of my guy friends in the last election.
Yeah.
Probably even more than that, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah, I think it's really been hard, especially with how polarized things have really gotten when it comes to politics. And the big thing, and there's always a bit of hope, and I want to use an example that I have because there's somebody on my Facebook that I do know personally that we clash all the time on Facebook, and not once have we either unfriended or blocked each other or any of that stuff. And I really think it's important to do our best to try to continue to have that discourse, because in that situation he's really been able to, especially recently when having conversation after Pierre Poilievre had essentially said, hey, I'm going to criminalize homeless. He really this is blatant. I can't disagree with you. So I think having the open dialogue, even though it can be hard, it can be like pulling teeth. If we can manage to get through it, we are going to shed some light, and some people are finally going to kind of catch on and realize like, hey, it's time to actually like rethink where I stand.
Yeah, I had to end some friendships because they showed their true colors, and it's hard because I did really try, and it was like there was honestly some of my friends, like I really tried, and they would just ignore certain things, and I couldn't let it go. I'm like, if you can just ignore that and throw it under the rug, then there's something wrong, because
No,
even
absolutely,
even one
absolutely,
of
and
them,
that's
yeah, even one of them, I was watching how she was treating her own trans child, and I was just, I was like, I'm out. I tried so hard to talk to her, and she just didn't want to listen.
Oh yeah, and there's absolutely, don't get me wrong, there's in my opinion there are red lines. Like if somebody is straight up treating somebody else as less of a person, that's for any reason to me is a red line. And if that's the case, sorry, but there is no conversation, and move
That's
on
right.
at that point. Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely.
Human rights
I'll
are not
talk
for
to those
nitpicking.
people and yell at them, but I've had people like unfriend me on Facebook. I've never blocked anyone, but I've had a lot of people block me when I talk to them or call them out. Because even those people, like someone's got to talk to them, right? Else they're never going to change. But
I agree with you, Moose, to a point. I think people in marginalized communities, like myself, like I'm not going to put up with it if they are, like my cousin. So I think people who, well, let's say majority of white YT people, who are not in marginalized, should take more of that weight on their shoulders to keep
Oh,
talking to those
and absolutely, and that's why I wanted to clarify. Like red lines are there, and absolutely do not, don't waver on your red lines, especially when it comes to hate or bigotry of any sort for any reason. Like that is a no-no, and absolutely a red line. So for sure.
And I have to say that, like, I'm lucky that with my immediate family, we don't always agree on politics. We do agree on human rights, though, and that's important to me. So when it comes to that, there are times where I say, okay, this is where we have to pause. Okay, pick a different subject. Because they immediate family, yeah. But it's still difficult. Like, it's still gut-wrenchingly difficult. And I sometimes feel like, how am I related to you? Like, it's sad. It's sometimes very sad.
No, absolutely. That's something I will say, like, my relationship with my father, that's definitely something that we very much clashed, in terms of his views. He was a very racist man. So that was something that we absolutely clashed on. And,
Yeah.
you know, I made it clear that, listen, if that's the way you're going to be, I don't want to hear it. As soon as I hear it, we're done. Like, I'm not going to put up with it. And I stuck to my guns on that. And that's where, him not respecting that, really respect everybody, then why are we even allowing it to be a part of the conversation?
Right. Hey, Mrs. R.
Well, it's looking
Hello.
good.
How's everyone's stress level so far?
We're coming in live from Cranbrook from the Beaver. Ready? How's it going, guys?
That is Dominic elected in the riding of Beausejour. As I said, handily.
Love it.
There you go. Yeah. In terms of stress level, I mean, I made sure everyone knew earlier, like, I definitely am a space cadet tonight. That's what's helping me get through tonight as we move forward. Other people I know have talked about grabbing certain snacks, making sure those cravings are taken care of. So
Yeah.
I am stress eating as we speak. I just ate my way through an entire bag of cheesies, and now I'm snacking on pears. And I made sure that I bought ice cream. No, I'm serious. Like, I don't know. Yeah, calories don't count today. I just need to survive the anxiety of the night. So, like, I am going to be stress eating. I'm not going to lie.
Yep, I'm with you there. I am going to jump down though, so maybe Happy can come up or something. I am going to go become a space astronaut. So enjoy yourselves. I will be listening.
Looks like more seats are happening. We got 23 and 10.
I was just gonna bring that up. We're at 23 and
Lock
10
seats
now.
gone.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Didn't expect that. Hi, Mrs. Radical.
Some of these ridings are so close in between cons and libs as I'm seeing them like on the side get counted. Some of them are so freaking close.
Yeah, some ridings, honestly, they were talking earlier about the last elections where there were some ridings that were literally, one vote difference, and they had to spend days doing recounts just to make sure they absolutely knew.
Yeah. And some of these are going to be so close that it's going to be hard for me to not think in my mind that, like, if there was just a couple more people who strategically voted in that area.
Yep. Well, that's what got me to do it. My riding's tied 47% to 47%.
This is what I mean,
normally
right?
a conservative stronghold, so I had to vote strategically this time, even though normally I don't.
Yep, we got to do what we got to do. Literally, we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, my riding.
I'm watching.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Frontline.
All good. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say. So my riding, I'll admit I voted NDP. That's who I voted for the entirety of my voting career, so to speak. But my riding, when you go to smart voting, is essentially like the Liberals have the lead in the polls. It's essentially a given. So I stuck with my NDP just to give them the support because I think, hopefully we can see some better numbers than what the polls have suggested for the NDP, and they're not so at the bottom of the totem pole at the end of the night.
Yeah, I would have if I was in the same position as you. If it didn't matter, or if it wasn't neck and neck with conservatives, I would have voted NDP or Green before Carney, but I went for Carney this time.
I'm going to be brutally honest, not a popular opinion here, but after supporting the NDP for as long as I did, and the last couple of months, and their messaging and their leadership and everything that's transpired, I don't actually feel like they're the party that I used to once feel aligned with. I don't feel like they are that party anymore. I honestly feel more aligned with the Greens at this point. I'm actually becoming more and more aligned with the Greens. I'm really enjoying the new Green leader. I know that they don't have a chance, obviously, in this election. I'm really hoping that one day, though, they'll gain more support in this country. But right now, if I was to pick like a, non-major party, I would definitely pick Greens over NDP.
I feel the same way. NDP has really lost my support. Like, it all started when, like, a year ago for me. Like, the election campaigning just proves to me that I made the right choice in voting for Liberal this time around. But, yeah, whoever is leading that party needs to go.
We have to remember the party's policies are still the same. Like, they completely screwed up their campaigning, like, in the worst way. And I think Jagmeet will probably have to be replaced after this, but the policies the party supports has not changed. And I know we look at the leader of the party a lot, but we have to remember the policies matter too. Just like the policies for the Conservatives, like even if Pierre wasn't there, they still have bad policies, right?
Yeah,
I don't even think it's the leader of the party as much as whoever their marketing and like campaigning team was. Like whoever came up with the decisions to campaign in that way, and also what the individual NDP representatives did. Not exactly what Jagmeet did, but some of the NDP reps did some shitty things recently.
Agreed.
So, like, I don't even think it's Jag's fault. I think it's just Jag's fault for not being able to catch that whatever his team was putting together wasn't the best idea and try to change course.
I think a big part of it is they're so underfunded and they have so many younger, new people who haven't campaigned, who don't know how to run campaigns, that they're just having like some pretty unprofessional moments and having like some stuff slip through the cracks kind of. And it's hard for me to fault them because they are running like a way more low budget grassroots thing, and they don't have the same money and infrastructure to do all those things.
But I'm not to toot my own horn here. I'm going to sound probably a little narcissistic when I say this, but if they had me in charge of their marketing and campaigning, even with very low pay, I would have done a much better job than what was done, because I would have been able to see those things quite easily. So it is on them for not getting to know the people that are working for them and really figuring out who they are, what they stand for, what their expertise is, how researched they are, how professional they are. That is still something that it was up to them to vet.
And their messaging, like during their campaign, why did they focus so much on like more populist ideas and going against strategic voting, spending their time focusing on those things instead of, you literally have NDP supporters making videos and what they're asking for. Why aren't you listening to your people and saying, oh, maybe we should change our messaging and we might, with our low budget, appeal to more people?
Yeah,
I think
I defended them when they did the whole tear up the agreement and kind of went after Trudeau, because even though I didn't like it, I could see what they were trying to do to court some of the Liberal voters that hated Trudeau and were switching to Conservatives because of it. But after that blew up in their face, they should have stopped.
Exactly.
I can understand why they tried it in the beginning, but when it was not working, they really should have pivoted to something else.
I think
it's also living in Sorry.
You go ahead.
I was going to say it's also about being realistic. Like, we need politicians to be realistic. And if they were to think in a realistic way, they know that they didn't have a chance to win this election. So the best thing they could do is to actually partner up again with the Liberals, try to work together, try to make peace, but not go after them the way they did. That's not living in reality to me. Like, you can't just ignore the polls, you can't ignore the data, you can't ignore that stuff. Like, look at what's going to happen and then make the best decision for your party. And if they actually supported strategic voting from the beginning, for example, they would probably get way more seats in this election right now. That's living in reality to me.
I think right now the reality was clear before the election started that it was going to be a two-horse race for the preservation of democracy. And I think it was a massive failure or short-sighted perfunctory analysis of the climate right now to try and go at this independently. And I think that, people kick this word around a lot, but an official coalition would have preserved the NDP, would have preserved the Green Party, and would have, reinforced left of center governance. Forget left of center, just not far right governance. So I think that was a failure on the leadership of those parties to acknowledge that, and they're seeing the fallout of it now, which is unfortunate because more parties is probably beneficial to society.
That's what I like.
I just want to add, I just want to make and then I promise I'll let you talk. Sean Fraser is now losing by about 1,000 votes in his riding, which really sucks, but there's still some time. Just wanted to give you that update. Please keep going.
Yeah.
That's what I like about the Green Party is they are very, very pragmatic about their solutions, about their position. I like their policies. They're progressive, but they're also really, really pragmatic, which I think is important, and I wish more politicians and more parties would do.
Yeah, they got a bad rap because people associated green with green, and not green with evolution, right? So, in Europe, the Green Party is very much focused on economic growth through diversification of energy resources. And it's a shame that we couldn't have taken that same kind of approach.
They're not actually super leftist. Like, people mistake that and think they're only environment or something, but they're actually are about fiscal responsibility and the economy and everything. Like, they have a complete platform.
Yeah, absolutely. I went to my local riding debate, and the Green Party had a solid night in terms of debating and answering questions, right? And I mean, even in terms of the local riding, we had the NDP, the Green. Sorry, we even had a libertarian candidate in our riding, and it honestly, the conservative person didn't show up, and on top of that, given what we've heard from conservatives as a whole, even the libertarians kind of sounded good in comparison to the conservatives, in my opinion. So I mean, there's so many different options, and I'm not saying libertarian is a good option in my opinion, of course, but I won't get into that. But I mean, there's so much that if we could actually get a party that could rally people of the left under one banner, we would have such a sweeping change when it came to elections, and we'd really be able to move the bar forward probably tenfold if we could ever get just one left party and get people to rally behind it enough.
I was thinking the same kind of logic stream as that, but I was, more in the regular times, I like to see variety represented, because you get a better representation of individuals with more parties. So for me, having a core platform, core issues that are on all three parties, of the left, so identifying the three big core issues here in Canada right now, obviously we'll say housing, right? We'll say affordability, groceries and stuff like that, and healthcare. Primarily those are the three things that people are going to talk about as priorities. And so why wouldn't all three of the left parties come together, form a solution, and have, this is the very least you're going to get from us, is we're going to focus all our energies on these topics until they're solved, and then we're going to move forward. It doesn't matter if you elect NDP, Green Party, or Liberal. We are all going to focus on that together. We made a deal. So now we're all confident that we can vote for anyone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't know, we'll have to see moving forward. I think this is instrumental, like this election, and however we kind of see this election go, I think we'll set the tone moving forward for the next, at least decade when it comes to elections. So I'm really hoping we can at least get through this one and, take it day by day or, election by election afterwards.
I think before I got on here, Frontline said that like this isn't going to be the end of it. We're going to have to keep fighting, and I think she was spot on that. I don't think like no matter what the result is tonight, even if conservatives lose, it's just going to motivate them to organize and triple down on their propaganda even more. Like this problem is not going to go away even if liberals win tonight, and I think people really need to keep that in mind, and the center and leftists need to organize a lot more.
I really hope the Liberals then will pass some sort of laws, will, do something about misinformation and disinformation. Like, I know it's hard because then, like, we question freedom of speech, but I mean, we have to do something.
We already have Bill C11
Agreed.
and Bill C63, and I think that over policing things will have an opposite effect. But I still don't think we should make any provisions to protect hate speech in our laws, and I think we should steer away from the free speech absolutism we see in the States, and have a civilized discussion about independent rights and individual rights, and
You think we should hold politicians accountable for when they put disinformation in their
Yes.
their posts? Because I was watching, I think it was Path to Where, was talking about how Tiny Trump is using what he was showing one of his charts, right? And it's just lies. He knows it's lies.
He's outright lying. He's
Yeah.
defrauding the constituents that are voting for him. Like there needs to be a law to prevent our politicians from outright lying to people.
Right. So does that bill, does it have that accountability piece? What happens if you break the rules? I'd like to see that piece.
There's also an entire thing where like they have to get their messaging on point, and they have to learn from the mistakes that the Democrats made. They have to learn from the mistakes that the previous governments made, and they need to realize that at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, we have double standards. We have massive double standards. The liberals are expected to be perfect, and the conservatives get away with everything. We talked about this yesterday, right? Like everybody seems to forget everything that Harper did, but everybody's so focused on the liberals. Why? Because they actually had less scandals. So there was more time in between those for people to like constantly be thinking about them. But when you had Harper and you had a scandal every 2 weeks, you forgot about what just happened 2 weeks ago because there's a new one in your face. And by the time you're done through that entire period that he was prime minister, you're like, oh, well, I don't know. It wasn't that bad, I guess. Like there's so much double standards, and they need to know that and create their messaging around that and make sure that people are very well informed, because they didn't do that well enough. They really didn't. The conservatives went all out on social media, podcasts, all kinds of stuff, easy to understand messaging. Even if their messaging was a lie, they made it like very easy for people to understand. They made it catchy, right? They use language and slogans that most of them are dog whistles, but at the end of the day, they work. The liberals need to do something like that for progressives to keep them better informed.
I think we were talking about that last night, how we need more the Liberal Party to have their like infographics of showing like these are the pipelines and projects that are already happening with Bill 69 in place, like just being more transparency from that government.
They should really hire someone
Absolutely.
like Rachel Gilmore to go through and just like fact check as things happen. Give someone or a group like that just to continually fact check and post on the same social media streams that these conservatives are blabbing on. But
And I think it's really telling too, because we kind of see where our liberals are having the same issue as the Democrats had down in the United States. I know a lot of people kind of shake their head at comparing, but I mean, really the comparison, they just cannot get the messaging right, and they're not able to get out like, hey, this is what we've done, this is the stuff that we've got under our belt so far. And they really fall short on that in a lot of ways. Just quickly, just wanted to give an update, guys. We are 8.5 minutes from the Ontario polls closing. So T minus 8.5 minutes, the Ontario polls close, and we start seeing numbers come in from there. And really, Ontario is the first really big consequential part of this election. So we'll start to see a lot more coverage, a lot more numbers come in, and yeah.
I see the gap closing for Sean Fraser in his riding.
Yeah, you know that Sean Fraser's running in like it's like Peter MacKay's riding, is it not? Is it not the old Peter MacKay riding?
Or sorry, not Stephen Ellis. The incumbent in his riding is.
Because he won it in 2015.
Waiting to see if McKay was coming back for this election, right?
Is he?
No, that's why I think Sean Fraser stepped up. I think that was some of the conversation.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Elmer McKay too. I'm not sure if that's his father or his son or his cousin or uncle or brother, father.
I'm not going to.
So how do we feel, ladies and gentlemen? Do we feel confident still?
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting to see what happens when we get like Toronto
Quebec
numbers.
Bloc took another seat.
Then I'll feel more confident.
Yeah, once we get through Ontario, I think definitely we'll kind of set the tone, and we'll be able to figure out from there.
It's done.
Absolutely.
It's done. I've been listening, watching Facebook, and everybody's, because I go west, and but when you break it down, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia all together only have 84 seats out of 338. So yeah, we'll know by the end of the
It's weird that they release the polls as we go. I wish, honest to God, I don't really care too much about people's feelings for the most part, but I wish they would just count them all and then release them instead of along the way.
Yeah.
It would create less resentment from the West, even though it doesn't make a difference. But
Even
it
though
would,
it does,
because
right?
people don't understand time zones.
Well, not just that. At least it's like an olive branch.
That's a good point. I like the suspense, though.
Yeah, like at least we could go to bed, right? Like, oh yeah, they're not going to release it till tomorrow, so might as well just go to bed.
I think we'd still be anxious, though. I really do. I think it wouldn't matter. I think
I
we'd be
would.
I wouldn't sleep. I would not be able to sleep. I'm going to be brutally honest.
I'm going to be brutally honest.
This election, I would be anxious.
Some of us walk through life with a little bit of a shield from privilege. So
I was more anxious, I think, for the U.S. election, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like I have less anxiety for the Canadian election. I had way more for the U.S. election. And I think, well, because Donald Trump is more of a threat.
Part of that's the polls too. If it was polling with Pierre to take a super majority, you would probably have a lot of anxiety still.
I remember
A lot of chatting in
October,
Calgary
November.
about separating. Yeah, Danielle Smith says she wants to hold a referendum. It'll never happen, ever.
It'll never happen.
Never. If
No,
Quebec's
like,
been
what-
trying for decades, Alberta never will.
Sorry, my cat was.
I was going to say, I think it's like 25% or something of Albertan support, like doing that. So it's not even, it's
might
not
be
even
more now.
feasible with those numbers.
Might be more now with the U.S. saying that they'll, coddle them. But now that like Gavin Newsom has come out and said that they'll be our next Alberta, if like California is talking about being their own country,
Yeah.
What do you think of Donald Trump's endorsement today?
I think
Thank you for
helping
helping people decide.
Yeah, exactly. He just told the truth, what he thought.
Yep.
I was talking with my buddy. He's from
once.
Morocco, and typically he's conservative. He's that side of the center sphere in situations of normality. But he was like, "This is a whole." And a couple people have come up to me at work, and I work in a very conservative environment where it's openly conservative. So it's fun, being the liberal in that environment. But people will come up to me, and women come up to me all the time, and they're like, "Yeah, no, perfect, yeah, blah 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 blah." That's normal, right? Because of how that operates. But when you have normally pretty staunch conservative men coming up to you and being like, "Yeah, I can't do it. I got to vote something other than conservative, and I don't know what to do." It's like, yeah, well, that's the first positive sign. You're thinking. All these NDP people coming up to me and saying, "Yeah, I got to vote liberal because this is a different moment in time." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. You got to do what you feel is right." Never trying to overstep. Like I never want to say, "Oh yeah, it's the right thing to do. You're doing the right thing. Let's go." Because that pushes people away. You know what I mean? So like just being like, yeah, it's a free world, free country. You don't have to do it for the rest of your life. You can do it just this time. Like all these different things. And it's nice to see that in that environment, people are still strong. Like they still come out and be like, "Hey, yeah, I think we're gonna vote liberal." And you're just like, "Cool, man. Yeah, welcome to
Good
the
job.
team." I'll pass the message on to Justin.
That's funny.
So
Like
we're
there's-
2 minutes now. 2 minutes until the polls close in.
Hey, 2 minutes. Yeah.
It's like they're turning their back on their childhood favorite team. Like, "Oh my God, the Habs. I've been a Habs fan since I was a child."
That's the thing. Albertans are so bandwagon orientated. It's hard for them to switch. Like literally, a rotten potato
It's part of their
could be their
identity.
MP, and they'd still vote for them.
I believe it.
One thing, the success of the Conservative Party across Canada, and I believe all parties have a base, but they put their boots to the ground. There's rallies across Canada in between election cycles, shaking people's hands, putting boots on the ground where the people are. That's what has to happen, because that's where the real connection. We always talk about that. It's that one-on-one. It's that face-to-face. People are in those rooms feeling that energy different than the way we feel energy in a room like this. So, or I'm assuming in some of those places like Twitch and that where they meet some of the base building. But he put the boots on the ground, and there's a lot of catch up having to rebuild ground for the Liberals and NDP to do the same.
Do you think that they've done enough to illustrate the fact that he's been, fucking the dog for the last 3 years and, not doing the job? Because I still hear conservatives saying, "Oh, it's a job of the opposition to speak out against the legislation, to speak out against."
Oh, this riding is breaking
So
my heart
tired of
right
that
now.
argument.
Right? And I'm like,
There-
every time slaps. Go ahead, Frontline. Sorry.
It's all good. Honestly, I'm realizing that like it's going to be very hard for me to make any commentary about the stuff that comes up tonight because it comes up on the screen for a very short period of time. And if I can't talk about it while it's on the screen in front of me, then there's no point. So I'm just going to have to keep my commentary to myself.
Which riding are you referring to?
That's the thing. It's already off the screen now. So
Do you have an
Just
update
interrupt
on,
us and moderate. Tell us to shut
Frasier's?
up so you can talk.
it's all good. It's all good.
Is Fraser down still? Big man?
I don't know.
I think it's bad because Fraser said that he was quitting and walking away, and I think they could have used that as ammunition against him in that election. So I don't know.
Just so people are aware, I was showing the countdown until polls are now closed. You will have stragglers as lines probably need to kind of be worked through after the polls close. So, but we will start to see Ontario numbers trickle in probably within the first 10, 15 minutes. And yeah, let's hang on to our butts.
It's all going to be good.
I've picked a shit month to be fucking off alcohol.
Okay, there are so many ridings. There's so many ridings when I'm
For
looking.
this night only.
Go ahead, Frontline.
Coke Zero. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying there's so many ridings that I'm looking at where if you take the NDP vote, like the Conservatives and the Liberals are so freaking close, but the Conservatives are leading by a couple hundred, not even. And if the NDP voted for Liberal, that would have been a Liberal riding.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vote splitting going on.
We expected that, though, even
Polling
with smart
stations
voting.
in Ontario.
Yeah.
25 to 12. I like that number.
Yep.
That's a jump.
What I like is the
That too,
52%
The
that
Terra
majority.
Nova riding. Oi.
If that 2 grows,
Yeah, did you see that?
Oh
Did you
my
see
God.
how close that would have been if the NDP just voted Liberal there?
Yeah.
Yep.
you think it's going to be a minority zoo?
Mm.
I think it's
I
going
don't
to
know.
be a majority one way or the other. And like when we start, if it starts going blue in Ontario, we are wrecked.
Yeah. Well, we're
I
gonna
think
be
it'll
home soon.
be anywhere from a con minority to a liberal majority. I don't think cons have a chance to get a majority right now.
No, I don't. But like, how do they expect to form a government after like this many years of being obstructionists? Who's going to sign on to their budget?
Well,
Honestly,
40%
if they get a
people.
minority
Albertans.
and a coalition forms against them, I will laugh my ass off.
Right?
Want to be there for that.
I will be laughing.
That's exactly
so
how
hard.
I feel, Zoo.
How is their reporting from Saskatchewan already?
Block 4 would be good. Like I don't mind the block taking.
Are polls
seat.
closed in Saskatchewan? How are they having
No, they're just looking at predictions. When they flash some of those things on screen that you're probably seeing, they're just predictions.
No,
They
I'm
talk
on-
about real numbers and predictions.
I'm on the count page. So
Yeah, it's
Like
showing-
from
it's
elections.
showing, Battleford, Lloydminster. As
Yeah.
conservative on the map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're right on the border.
Well, it's trending that way. It says it's not firm, but they're in the lead
okay.
there.
Is
So
it
they
just
probably
maybe that's
started
just
counting
early-
even though
early
it's
vote?
not done.
yeah,
it's a
because they're
small
counting in
riding.
Calgary. They must have They're counting 2 hours early. So okay, that's what it is. The early votes they're counting 2 hours early.
Okay.
Because yeah, they're counting Calgary and Edmonton already.
My riding
Ooh.
is super close. I think we're 2 points, and the Conservatives are leading by 2 points. And the person that my person is running against is running against someone who nobody knows where they are. They have not shown up. They don't seem to live in this city. Maybe not even this province. Maybe not even this country. Nobody seems to know.
That was our provincial election here.
Oi, Winnipeg.
Really, we're not going to know till like 10 o'clock tonight, probably at the earliest.
That's 2.5 hours.
Well, sorry, 10 o'clock Pacific time at the
Pacific.
earliest.
Okay, so
3 hours. 2.5 hours from now.
Like what time zone? Because I think we got 3 or 4 or
Yeah.
5. And so
yeah, I'm mountain. So it's almost 8 for me. Or no,
Yeah.
7:35. Took my glasses off. Now I can't see so well.
Yeah, normally I got to stay up pretty late to get results if I want them before I go to sleep. Being in the West.
I've seen a lot of people early voting in my town, so I would guess that my area is probably going to be known within the next 2 hours.
So we got 28, 18, and 6 for the block right now. Oh, just changed. 30, 26. I'm actually, I don't want to say I'm optimistic, but this isn't scaring me yet.
So did you guys see the thing where Pierre Poilievre broke the law when he voted?
He had his wife in the booth with him.
Yep, he had his wife in the booth with him, and then he announced, "I'm voting for a change" when he voted. That is 100% illegal for him to do.
Wow.
How much do you guys want to bet that nothing bad's going to happen to him because of it?
I want to know what Elections Canada's been doing, because he's under a lifetime compliance order and he's freaking broken the law multiple times already.
I know.
I don't think that they're going to do much, because apparently they don't do anything about all of the illegal shit these guys have been doing. They haven't done fuck all about it. So
That's why conservatives complain about everything, because then people are scared to actually prosecute them, because then you look biased. Like, it is a preemptive strategy they are using.
Well, imagine if it was Carney that did that. Like, can you imagine? They'd want him disqualified. Like,
Imagine
who
if
knows?
Trudeau did it.
Yep. Oh, goodness.
I'm so sick and tired of the double standard. Like, I can't. It's straight out of the freaking populist nationalist textbook. Make people scared, and then every time that you do something wrong and they point it out, you just call them biased or fake news or whatever. Like, it's just fuck off.
Well, even the other night, you get assertive with somebody, and they're all of a sudden liberals are mean.
Yeah, and just drawing a comparison, and I realize there are differences, and I'm not saying full on like exact same thing, but we need to remember through history, especially in Germany, when really they got lucky when they predicted that there was going to be massive issues, and the country or world's going to come to an end essentially, and they got lucky and it happened, right? But it's the same tactic that the conservatives are using now, where they're telling you there's a boogeyman, hoping that something's going to happen and that boogeyman is going to show up and prove them right.
Well, they use fear mongering. It's like the crime wave that doesn't exist.
They just exploited that with the whole thing in Vancouver there.
I'm sure they did. I haven't been watching, but yeah, that.
I debunked fucking Mario's video on that already, but lots of them are like, I mean, the actual Conservative Party is parroting that same crap.
I reported that video and it got censored, so
Oh, good.
yeah.
That's rare for us to get a win on.
I
something like
use
that.
all of my accounts to report Mario.
Good. He deserves it.
Okay, 37-24-8. We're still doing we're doing good in the popular vote, like the share. We're at 50.
The conservative numbers are gonna go up too, because they're doing the early votes for the Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba right now.
Yeah, and that's definitely the urban or the rural areas are going to end up being blue. I already expect that.
So do you think early votes still trend left like they do traditionally, or like they do in the United States, or is that not the same here?
I think out east, but not in Alberta. Like, I think maybe in more urban settings in Alberta, maybe, but definitely not rural.
What was the pre-election? Early voting. What was the turnout there?
In Alberta,
It was 7
I see
million,
a
right?
lot.
7 million
Yeah, like
across Canada.
Across Canada.
Calgary was a lot.
Do you think it's 50-50 across the board?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I think it's probably progressive
I usually say
slanted, but I
left-leaning
don't
still.
know.
But I don't know about how much, because a lot of the conservatives have this idea that we can cheat at elections. So putting their ballot in early, probably in their minds, makes it
And
more
then
likely that something can happen, right? So
They plant that seed too, right? Like Mario, bring a pen, bring a pen.
Yep, exactly.
And rural Albertans, they've already made up their mind.
Yeah.
You know who they're voting for, so they go out and vote early.
They already been voting conservative since the last time Justin
Since
Trudeau
they-
got voted in.
out of the womb.
You want to trigger some right wing people, pull out the Ryobi on a job site. There you go.
That's all the tools that I own are all Ryobi.
Yeah, they'll go mental.
are Ryobis.
It's sissy tools. They're not real tools.
It's Milwaukee or nothing.
Yeah.
I've been on job sites where I got in shit for using Milwaukee.
That's
It has to be DeWalt. It's like,
DeWalt.
no, dude, it's fine.
That's old school. I love Ryobi. I have everything Ryobi. My whole garden
Yeah,
here is Ryobi. It's
I
amazing.
got an electric lawnmower. It's great.
Yeah, I love all my
got-
Ryobi stuff.
I got
I
the
even
Ryo-
like I do dog sports stuff, and I have their portable fan that I use and like the bucket sprayer with the fan, and it's awesome.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. I would have made a big deal and brought like a fucking cooler with ice and water and like a little. You know, they actually make a fan.
The numbers
Yeah,
are
we're already
definitely
getting some
changing.
results from Alberta.
Yeah,
So right
it's going to be the conservative numbers are going to go up right now because the Ontario numbers aren't coming in.
Yeah.
Those are all numbers from Western Canada.
Are they?
Okay. Yeah, because it's already starting, like, we're at 40, 20, 12.
82, 84, 83.
NDP's got 2 now.
Kenora, the
180 to
NDP
come
number
in.
is high in Kenora.
And that's counting the leads, right? That's not actual one seats, right? Like the one.
So Lloydminster is a counted seat. That's
Yeah.
it.
You can
Ooh,
pretty
what's
much
this?
count those before the election.
Yeah, I think there's
The actual
2 called
the actual
seats from the
Wow. Leduc's leading with NDP. Crazy. What are you
the
seeing this
actual
treaty?
elected seats are just 19-7. The
I'm not.
voting and everything.
Wetaskiwin,
41
Leduc,
to
the NDP
31.
numbers are leading right now.
That's our riding.
Yeah.
And I'm a registered Liberal and I voted NDP because it's an Indigenous woman.
Maybe it's Indigenous that voted for this because that's crazy.
It is because there's
I
4
hope
First
so.
Nations. There's
I
4
bet
First
if there was
Nations
more
there.
And in
Indigenous,
second is the Liberal. The Conservatives are third right now.
I bet if there was more First Nations people in different ridings, we would.
I have been pushing it.
Oh my God, that's so amazing.
There's a report from the Assembly of First Nations that in the last election, Indigenous people could have determined the outcome of 30 different ridings.
Yeah.
So there's enough Indigenous people that didn't vote in those ridings that they're larger in number than the difference between who got first and second place. So they could have controlled the outcome of that election if they voted. 30 ridings.
I mean, this is just early votes. We'll see what happens when the polls close. I don't think NDP will win that riding, but it's nice seeing that the people who did early vote were voting progressive in that area because we know that area is always conservative.
I'd love to see what Pat King's room is doing right now. That'd be fun.
I can take a look on my phone because I'm using my laptop.
I think I don't know if I've unblocked. I've never seen his page.
I was able to get in on it a little. They sandbagged me the other day. I was in talking about like they were all like, "Oh, we're not talking politics. We're not talking politics," and then they ask a political question, I answer, and no, we're not talking politics. And then like 5 minutes later, it's the same question, and all of a sudden, Pat King's in there. And he's like, well, you know that's not true. Da, 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 da. And then we're in the big little pictures, the big pictures, and everybody's underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had a good time. By the end of it, he's nodding in agreement to everything I said. It was perfect.
Oh, he's actually using CBC. Wow.
I watched some of that
Someone
live.
else said that too.
I couldn't believe the depth of conspiracy layers that these guys get involved in a conversation around Mark Carney. The twisting, just like it's QAnon level.
I honestly think that's most of what makes conservative people conservative. Like I've had big political discussions with a friend of mine from Prince George who is very conservative, like diehard conservative. And when we dig into policies, he actually agrees with every single policy that I and agree. Like he agrees people should be taken care of. He agrees that religion shouldn't dictate stuff. He agrees gay people should have rights. But he thinks liberals and NDP are evil, and he's a diehard conservative. What?
And the funny thing is if you posted the liberal policies and platforms as conservative, like blind, if you took the three colors out of it and just posted the policies and platforms up, and you voted on the platform, like I guarantee you, half of them wouldn't vote conservative.
Half of Alberta would, literally.
So I
They
was
have
watching
just
Pat
TikTok
King,
videos
if you're
with that.
curious. I was just
Pardon?
watching Pat King, if you're curious.
Is he-
They're just watching the CBC, of all things, and he's just telling everyone to just wait. It's going to happen. The blue wave is coming.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm a little
yeah,
worried he
from
might be
Alberta and
right.
Saskatchewan, but then you're going to be flooded with red.
Well, we're going to get it when Alberta's released. There's going to be a lot of red.
How's
We expected
Ontario
that.
doing?
I'm
Yeah,
really
Ontario,
hoping Wetaskiwin goes NDP. That would be amazing.
Absolutely,
jumped,
guys. Just
52, 39, 11, and 1.
yeah, and I just wanted to point out we are now 13 minutes and 41 seconds from the next polls closing, going across towards the west. So
Yeah, tighter race.
I'm reading through some stuff to try to take my mind off like just staring at the screen. Oh, Curious Leaf, I just saw the article that Women Against Polya posted in the Discord. Now comes the woman sphere. Ugh.
Yeah, I saw that.
The anti-feminist media telling women how to be thin, fertile, and Republican. And so when I went to go read it, it also pops up with like this chick's YouTube videos and like all over YouTube videos, or one of these, you know, big names in the woman sphere. And like her first video is the feminist celebrity astronauts who saved the world. And it's her interview with Katy Perry. I'm like, oh my God. Her next video is witchcraft and human moving around. Oh my God. The other one is like how strict is too strict when talking about your male partner. Oh my God.
That sounds like feminism.
That sounds like feminism.
Well, they're calling it a brand. It's a hold on. Oops.
Who's gonna be the spokesperson?
It's a brand of disarming anti-feminist content. She's got the second fastest growing political YouTube channel in the first quarter of 2025 with over 1 million new subscribers. Oh my God, like this is the second most popular woman political show. This is so scary.
Yeah.
That's pretty frightening.
According to an AP poll, 56% of men under the age of 30 went for Trump compared to the 41% 4 years prior. By meeting young men where they were at, Trump and his surrogates were able to reach voters who typically among the least politically engaged segments of society. We already know that. And now they're trying to do it to the women. While the women behind these outlets all have different styles and tactics, they are mostly aligned in their desire to return to a gender essentialist worldview. Women as submissive homemakers and men as strong providers. Ugh.
Oh, let's go.
This is what I meant by they're gonna
Let's
make
go.
him a sandwich.
Make him a
Right?
Make
You know
America
what?
hot
A
again.
man's place is in the kitchen.
The counterbalance to
Don't
that.
you dare tell me differently.
I'm the one who cooks the most in my household.
I am adamant that I do the cooking. It's my job. There's my wife does so much already, you know, not to be a fucking simp, but like she does a lot. And so the least I can do is cook and do some fucking dishes.
They're always doing dishes. I say
My house has a rule.
let's make a
Whoever
movement
cooks doesn't do the dishes.
to counter. Let's have a movement to make Frontline be our counter rep against this bullshit.
So yes, Georgian, but like she does the laundry and folds the laundry. So like I got to do the dishes and put them away. Otherwise the balance isn't kept.
My wife does the laundry, but I have to put the laundry away afterwards and take it to the.
You get so mad because I don't put the laundry away. I kind of leave my
Y'all
laundry
just
in a
shut
basket.
up.
near
Y'all
my
can
bed.
just split work with your partner. I'm doing it all for myself, okay? Just shut up and stop bragging.
I'm all for the division of labor there. We all gotta, kick in our share.
I know, that's what I mean, though. You guys get to have the division of labor. Unfortunately, my cat cannot do laundry. He can't cook for me.
All he does is take.
All he does is take.
Freeloading,
Well, have you seen a mouse?
It's not even a dog, so it doesn't love you.
Oh my God, he's a freeloader as well.
Yeah, but I bet you haven't seen a mouse.
Well, I also live in an apartment building where I wouldn't see a mouse anyway, but
That's besides the point.
Actually, my dog goes after my sneakers.
It's okay though. I get the best like kitty cuddles, so it's worth it.
I seem to have like a sensitivity to cats, and like they just like fucking sleep right beside my head. I'll wake up and I can't breathe.
Thank you, Jen, in the comments for keeping us updated with numbers.
Yeah, I know she's giving me a heart attack and doing it.
They got 70-50 right now. 70-50.
I'm in Toronto. It says 72-51.
Oh, 70. Okay.
It's going to be jumping for the next few minutes.
Well, now it's 72-52. And 8
Oh my
minutes
god, I
until
can't.
the next poll
We
closes.
just let's just chat for a bit and then check in a little while.
Have you guys seen the Never-Ending Story? At what age do you think it's appropriate to show that to a child? Like knowing what we know about the trauma that we endured when we watched Artax fall to the bog of eternal sorrow.
Oh,
like,
I remember that.
8.
Tell me you don't.
I think I
remember
watched it when I was like 8 or 9.
8. I'd say 8 or 9. Yeah.
8.
You gotta go through that rite of passage.
Aren't they remaking it?
No, I don't think so. Sorry,
Okay, Rex, I'm going to you want an update? 72-52.
my wife's like, it'll destroy him if we show him that movie. Because he's all about
74-52.
Oh,
75-52 in Toronto.
Happy, you insisted that I go watch that movie in one of our planning meetings, and I did.
Oh no!
I'll never get more time in my life back. I could not see that movie. It was no, it's different if you're not a kid watching that movie. I don't know. I didn't get that.
You got to watch it with kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, it's great. I love it. I don't know how many times I've seen it.
There's a lot of
For
really
me, it's
things from that movie, right? Like a lot of one-liners.
It's the music, bro. That takes you on like a trip, you know, like when he's flying through the air on Falkor.
78-55,
Yeah.
78-56.
It's like, yeah, man, go.
the Never-Ending Story, The Princess Bride, and Labyrinth are the 3 classics. Childhood.
Yeah, when you watch The Labyrinth as an adult, it's really difficult to get around David Bowie's bulge. Because it is ever present in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
I really, when they talk about the 80s, like not caring too much.
My parents never knew where the hell I was, and they did not care.
I know, me neither. I used to walk the streets of Tokyo at like 9 years old by myself.
There's Gen X when the commercials came out. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
I remember those commercials, and that
That's
was
a
very
true
real.
story.
If the sun
Yeah,
was out,
me
you were
too.
allowed to be out.
My brother's Gen X.
143, 343. Gee, oh, how many seats? What?
80-56.
I wonder if 338's already bought the domain names. Don't
For what's that?
For 343.
81-56.
Yeah, because they got 338, 338. Somebody's got to
Only
get
one new
338.
Democrat so far.
Yep. 11 block.
I hope NDP holds on to official party status. I'll be sad if they.
170 is the.
I don't think they will. But
They should have
think they will
joined
either, but I hope
the
they do.
Liberals. They should have joined the Liberals when they had a chance. There's nothing saying that it had to be permanent.
We'll rebuild. Out of the ashes, the phoenix shall rise.
They could have taken the Liberals for.
Polls are going to close in BC in 5 minutes, everybody.
The benefit of the NDP and the Green Party joining the Liberals would have been that they would command a lot of policy direction, and they really could have helped steer the party into a different direction. Like maybe be more proactive.
I don't know.
On monopolies and shit. Maybe more unionize the workforce across country.
They got more done as the third opposition second opposition party, I guess, this time than they would have if they joined them.
Okay.
But that's because the Liberals needed them now.
I have to say something about my riding. The early votes are being counted, and the Liberals and Conservatives are almost tied. And this has never happened.
Okay.
That is crazy.
Okay. No, you just gave me a
Or is
little
that,
bit
or
of
you don't want to
adrenaline
say?
rush. A little bit of an adrenaline kick there. Like I felt my heart skip a beat.
Sorry, I just have to say because in Alberta that never happens. A liberal and a conservative.
Oh, let's go. 84-54.
They still won't win, but it's nice to see that there is people paying attention.
I wonder if Edmonton and Calgary will go Liberal.
I think a lot of the northeast ridings will. I think maybe one of the southeast ridings will. Maybe central Calgary will. And then Edmonton will have more NDP seats.
So what majority is 172, right? 174 now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still a ways away, guys.
When you think about the populace,
We're 4 hours away at least.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about like the conservatives still have like that chance.
And so far from I'm seeing, like, because we're counting just early votes right now. And in Alberta, we talked about this earlier. Do we think that more progressive people got out and early voted? In Alberta, definitely.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, that's a
When's
little
the
bit.
last time a party's had more than 50% of the popular vote?
Look, the conservatives just
Trudeau?
jumped up like a bunch, so.
Trudeau? Did
I
Trudeau
don't
have
know.
more than
Did Trudeau get
50%
more
of the
than
popular vote in
50%?
2016?
In 2015,
Maybe, I don't know.
2016,
15.
maybe.
15, yeah. Freeland is leading in her riding. Thank God.
So for my writing, guys, I just want to, for context, like the smart voting and early polls showed that the Liberals would win. So right now, still in early voting, but it's 7 out of 259 polls have reported, and the Conservative candidate is currently leading by about 30 votes. So still a lot to count. Not much in for the polling, but it
He's
Conservative
gonna
got so far. So
Let's go. Positive thoughts, guys. Into the universe, we shall command it.
I sure hope so.
No South Park fans.
So my writing actually.
This is the most I've seen you stressed out, Shojin.
So I present myself very calm and rational on my TikToks, but really I'm an anxious, angry person.
Still water runs deep, baby. Yeah, everybody's like, why are you so calm?
I feel you.
How can you be so calm with these people?
I'm overly
I just think I'll reach more people if I'm calm
92
and rational and reasonable.
If I'm not, my wife gets really mad.
We're up to 30-point spread now.
30
They're
seconds
so
till the next poll
disappointed
close.
in you. She said, I'm so disappointed in you, Jeremy. How can you behave like those people do? How can you behave the same way that you're? And then she just like, you can't say that shit. You can't talk like that. There was one time I made fun of somebody and they had like a 19-year-old kid with them. And I was like, oh, it was Barron. Or no, I made fun of Barron's Trump. Right, Barron Trump and Donald Trump, right? And she's like, that makes you a hypocrite, can't you see it? And I was like, no, it doesn't make me a hypocrite. And like, she beat me down for like hours, and I was like, okay, yes, you're right. You know. And so you have to have a good angel and a bad angel.
Yeah.
Wow, guys. Wow. RFK is now. Fuck, So RFK is now deciding to end the Narcan program that helped reduce ODs, even though the guy himself has a past H addiction and has benefited from it.
Yeah.
What about their fentanyl crisis that they have?
I need to hold all those words inside.
It's eugenics,
hate to say,
and it's on purpose.
I was going to say the same thing, Happy. Do we think that, like, this is a thought through? They don't care if certain people overdose because it's just convenient if they're no longer around.
Well,
That's exactly right.
It's
That's exactly what it is.
CIA
That's
program that brought crack to America.
Mm-hmm.
What America? Who?
Benefits them. in a horrible
I just said it's a continuation of the CIA program that brought crack to America, because the CIA is who created the crack epidemic.
We only know that
Didn't drink
thanks to
too
the
much,
Black
really.
Panther, right?
Frontline, Sean Fraser
panicking.
and Bryson Jenkins are really close.
I'm
Let's see what
watching
happens.
I'm watching a conservative.
A
live. I'm
Democrat
watching Pat King.
Just
They're
introduced
panicking.
an article of impeachment.
Are they?
Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
that.
They're panicking in the comments. I'm not listening.
Hold
but they're
on.
Panicking in the comments.
I can't wait till the Republican introduces one.
Hello.
Well, we're certainly all ears now.
Yes, indeed.
Is that an announcement chime?
Is that an alarm?
We know what her phone ringer sounds like now.
No, we're not celebrating yet. Hell no.
No,
Oh
too
my
early.
God.
No way.
168.
Yeah.
I always wonder how much I spent on ringtones back in the day, all to had never have my volume on my phone today.
I remember buying a rap song by the Notorious B.I.G. as a ringtone, and I thought I was so cool. And
Yeah.
then like he's like, you know, that sounds like you're playing it out of a tin can, right? That sucked. I like the beat too. It's like you suck, man. And I spent like $3 on it or something.
Or even when they
Oh, I
made
just-
popular
so-
songs and jingles for ringtones, so you just like
99.
embarrassed would like it.
The what?
Yeah, so I just a riding near me, where I used to live, just flipped from the block to the Liberals.
That's a good sign for us in this side of the world, in the liberal side. But Jesus Christ. Oh, 22 is still a pretty big lead. Oh my God. 25.
I think the Bloc would side with liberals if
The Bloc is a
Cons won the
socialist
government
group,
anyway.
though. Bloc Québécois is very
Between-
socialist.
Between
Yeah.
the Liberals
I
and the
actually like the Bloc,
Conservatives.
even though I'm from BC.
That guy, man. And it's the same reason why the Green Party does so well at debates and nobody wants to have the Green Party come to debates. It's because they have nothing to lose, so they don't hold back and they call people's
Yeah.
bullshit out because, the big parties don't really sling that much mud.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they know what they're doing too. Like they're representing their constituents in their riding or their province, and
Yeah,
that's it, right?
that's it.
Like I'll give them respect for that for sure.
And
I
they're
don't
very
want Quebec to
honest about it.
separate, but I think the Bloc is actually they're good for their voters.
And it seems like they're telling the truth about their platform, right? And their goals, right? They're not like
Yep.
hiding anything like the Reform
Exactly.
Party or the Wild Rose or the other.
I'm looking at all the ridings where the AFN said that Indigenous people can flip the votes. I'm looking at all the two of them have already.
Okay, you guys.
Can
Who's
you
jumping down and
can you
who's
get
got
me
this is radical up?
Sorry, what was that, Shojin?
We're supposed to be on. We're supposed to be on for 8 o'clock from this position.
A teenager in Canada.
Okay, I'm going to cut in everybody.
Hello?
Mrs. Radical
Now
needs
this
to
is
come up.
No,
So,
they don't need. No,
there
we don't
go.
want anybody. We need
got a
everybody. Like
spot.
8 o'clock is supposed to be the return over, right? So what are we doing? Do we want to keep
Well, you
going?
just
Do you
signed
want
in,
us to
it's
just
just
pop
so
in, or do you want me to stop? Okay, I can't hear anybody when anybody's yelling at me.
Whose TV is that?
Whose TV?
Whoever's the host.
Okay, if everyone can put themselves on mute, please. Thank you very much. Okay, Pixie Lee, there are 2 boxes open. If you want to, do you want to come up here or do you want to take over? It's really up to you guys.
I
That's
can't
not
hear
a
anything.
teenager. I was just reading off the
can't hear me?
reports. I heard said multiple reports said he's a teenager.
Okay, again, can you hear me now, Pixie Lee?
Pixie Lee's TV was on.
Oh, is that what was going on? Okay.
Well,
let me
they're
just
actually
check.
Liberal Party, I think, and that's why it's so loud over there.
Okay. I'm just seeing if
Oh.
anybody is requested up here. just Christine for now. And I don't want to bring Christine up because I think that Mrs. Radical wanted to come up.
Curious Leaf, can you DM me that link you were talking about?
Don't do it. It's a trap. They are at a party. It's a party. We can't hear them. 114.83. Oh no. We're back down to the 20s. We're back down to the 20s.
It's going to be okay. I can feel it. I hope.
Sorry, we are in a transitionary period right now, Christine. Just give us a minute while we reorganize, reshuffle, and
I'm going to be eating, so I'm going to turn my camera off.
Okay, I guess we'll just come in the box this way rather than having to stop the live and restart again because Kim and or Mrs. Radical and I are here at the event. So it's probably just easier to keep the live running. Hello. And have us just come in.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. You guys keep going the way you're going because it's pretty loud here right now at the moment. So I just want to make sure that we're all in here and that we're all connected. And I'm just going to put mute on. But we're here, both me and Mrs. Radical. So we are watching the live feed and we'll just kind of hang out. So we'll just kind of pop ourselves back in and back and forth, I guess, because she's with me.
Do you want us to leave a space open for two, like for Mrs. Radical and for you?
Yeah, maybe I'll go see if she wants to come up to the box because she's inside and I'm outside because it's super loud inside. So I'll go ask her and then if she requests, we'll find out. I'll just go ask her now.
Yep. So guys, just quickly,
are those counted or are they leading?
They've
Pardon
got
me?
different numbers than me. They're ahead of me.
Are those
Three of us
leading
have-
or are those counted?
So we have so far is leading is 123, 86, 16, and 3. Is the
16
full
keeps their seat, their party status, right? 12 is what they need.
Did anyone else's interactive map just stop working? Is it getting DDoSed?
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I
It
just
won't
had to
load
reload
now.
my CBC.
Okay, so we're just gonna share this box. You can bring other guests up. So just me and Mrs. Radical will share our box, this one box, and we'll kind of tag off if that works for everybody.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, awesome, guys. Thanks for everything you guys are doing. Hi, Happy.
Hi.
I just want to thank all of the Beaver Politics people for hosting this and doing this. You guys have a lot of
Ooh.
dedication
Somebody apparently has
to do
declared
all
the
of your
loops.
programming and stuff. So thank you. You're all awesome.
CTV News is calling it for the libs.
There's no way.
I know, but it's just two people have said it now, so we need to check. I'll check and see if I can find it.
Yeah, CBC saying that possible majority for the libs.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, they're leading at 131 to 88 already. That's
I kind of want to go live on the Facebook. I have a lot of very fragile friends.
Oh boy.
I might have to poke the bear on Facebook to
Oh,
I'm
I'm gonna poke the bear with
shit
my
we
hand.
went
I
through
can't
over
not.
the shit we went through over the last 3 years, not just liberals, but like sane people, like not. No, that's ableist.
I was going to take Frontline's advice and just not rub it in their faces, but the last week or so, the amount of people that called me the F slur, I'm just going to rub it in their face. I don't effing care.
Yeah, that's
I won't do
exactly
it on-
my point.
on-
That's exactly it, Sean. That's exactly what I did when they came down to Carney's rally and started getting in people's faces. And everybody's like, well, why would you? Because I didn't show them the precursor, but they're like, why would you yell at those people? They're allowed to express themselves, and so am I. You know, I'm allowed to express myself too.
Yeah,
I have a
I won't-
bottle.
I
of
won't gloat on
Schnapps in the
TikTok.
fridge. I might go and buy a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. If they win a majority, I swear to you, I promise you on everything that is good and holy, I will get a bottle of Veuve Clicquot and go down to Parliament Hill and toast it with all of the convoyers.
Oh, that's so funny.
I have no chance of gloating in Alberta. I would end up a missing person.
Keep your head down.
Yeah, my interactive map won't load now, man. What the hell?
Yeah, so as of right now, I
CBC's
just
making a
wanted
call.
to update. CBC is projecting the Liberal government.
A majority win.
So, yeah, Pat King thinks that Alberta is going to change everything.
Alberta's shitting right now.
No.
Alberta's collapsing internally. They're not doing nothing.
Get Salish up here.
Oh yeah, we have UCP candidates walking out of Daniel Smith's government right now.
UCP needs to die.
Oh my god.
It's not even the UCP
that
party, it's Wild
I'm not
Rose.
celebrating yet, but I got my nuts are in my stomach right now.
I didn't think they could do worse than Jason Kenney, but they did.
It's much worse. I knew as soon as she would get voted in, I'm like, you guys, she's Wild Rose. She only came to the UCP party because she wasn't going to win any seats in the last election. And then when she came up, I said, we're doomed. Yeah, I think the CBC
I'm not shitting on Albertans, Perry, in the comments there. I'm shitting on Alberta's government. There are lots of decent Albertan people, so I don't know if you follow my TikTok. When I crap on Alberta, I'm crapping on Alberta's government, not on Albertans.
I am an Albertan. I'm an Albertan, and I am
Curious Leap is
shit-talking
awesome.
Hi, good evening.
Oh my god.
All right. I
Yeah,
just
they're,
need to
they're not happy in Pat King's
we
live
need to
right
pray
now.
to the baby Jesus. Right, why would they announce it? Why would they
You should
announce
see all the hate messages I have on my one video. Oh my god.
I haven't even looked at my videos.
Guys,
Who knows?
it's getting on to 10 o'clock here for me, or just after 10, so I'm going to drop down for the night. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the conversation. It's been a fantastic day, guys, and keep up the great work going forward. Love it.
You always find shade
keep up the
when it's
momentum.
hot and water when you're thirsty.
Have a great night.
There you go. Have a great night, everyone.
Hopefully good news in the morning for you.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, I'm still going to be watching, but I'm going to be doing it in the background at this point.
Oh my god.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Super loud here.
I
but the
think
room
that
is just
everyone
screaming
at Beaver Network has done such a great job, especially because of all the IA and bots and propaganda. It was like a grassroots, well researched, well thought out video after video, getting out the truth, dispelling all the lies, and you've done a wonderful thing, guys. And I just want to say thanks. And thanks to Trump, because he really unified us.
Oh,
So
34. Woo!
Just hold it so we don't.
Right, we gotta chill for a bit.
People are going crazy on JB's live right now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Like I'm having a breakdown right now.
They're celebrating.
I'm pretty crazy here right now too.
I will cry if they get a
Turn your camera
majority
up, hang
government.
Oh, my writing's red.
I feel like going out and screaming too. Oh.
I can't load their CBC's map. Jojen, can you load CBC's map? I can't load it.
I can't. It won't come up for me.
It must have crashed.
My anxiety is downgraded, says somebody.
Hey, Salish.
Hi, Rosie.
What's up? 1 second here.
So Joy. I'm still just a little nervous about accepting this.
I know, like, I just want to go to the nearest conservative bar and sit down.
Right?
You're a secret shit disturber, are you?
I have a liberal leadership convention T-shirt that I bought too.
I'm currently living on conservative land. The owner of the land votes conservative and asked me today who I was voting for.
Did you tell him?
Yeah, I told him I was a card-carrying conservative.
I love it.
Has the Carlton
I
riding?
usually start off with I'm a registered possessions and acquisitions license holder.
$139.94.
He's like, you want to own an air, don't you? I was like, yeah.
Well, yeah. Ironically, I have a PAL because my husband passed away and left behind some stuff that I needed a PAL to gav. So.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, my boys want to keep them. So.
Yeah, it's the lady's dad's land that I'm
Mine
that I
were
live on.
handed down. Actually, I have two that were gifted to me. They're super sweet, nice ones, but they're for.
I used to teach when I was in the army, shooting. Can I say that word?
Probably
No,
not.
not
really.
We'll see. We'll find out.
Pew-pewing.
Yeah.
And I had my cross rifles and crown.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna get a nice big bow this year, but just I don't know. I've been watching too much weird like do-it-yourself camping things, and I was like, fuck, a bow would be good. Well, a bow would come in handy.
Oh, crossbows are amazing. So are bows. They're the original sniper pew pew.
Yeah, I'd like a
silent.
nice big compound bow, like a moose one, like one that's strong enough to go through that. But
Oh, can you imagine? Just not to change the subject, but Trump must be a very unhappy man right
Let's do
now.
everything time of their lives there right now.
I hope so.
Because this is
Anything
not
that
what
makes
we
Trump
wanted.
unhappy makes me happy.
Me too.
Right?
All I
Because
keep
now,
thinking
if we're
about
not
is
gonna
is
be-
Pierre gonna lose his seat?
Cons are
I
at
hope so.
99. Receipt says Alberta,
Dude,
Saskatchewan.
yeah, what is Pierre's riding at right now?
I can't even see. I can't load the freaking map.
Update
How
on
many
that.
Map doesn't work.
26 in Alberta, you said?
Pardon?
What about
There's 26 seats in
Daniel?
Alberta?
36, I
Daniel
think,
Smith.
isn't it?
Yeah.
36?
How many? Let me look. Hold on.
I have to turn off my
Did
camera.
Daniel win or did she lose?
She's
138 to 100.
Danielle
There's-
Smith it wouldn't be running right now because she's
Yeah, so like if it ends like that going into the west, we're fucked.
Why? Okay, I had this up earlier. Where is it?
No? Like, True North has joined the chat. She's provincial. She's not running. And
Oh,
federal
sorry.
election.
Pardon me. I didn't know. My
Oh, it's
bad.
okay. I'm reading the chat, but I'm saying.
Christine, I host a Veterans Live on Mondays if you ever want to come join.
Definitely. Can you put it up so I can subscribe to you if I haven't already?
It's on this channel.
Yeah, it's on this channel.
Then I'm subscribed to the channel. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Echoes of Duty.
Echoes of Duty's a good name.
37 seats. Of
That
course.
was Frontline. Frontline came up with that.
That's a good name.
I
she
got
bid?
in
She did.
'93. I had to leave after 17 years. I had a spinal cord injury, but I left as a sergeant.
I might have come across you. I was in '96 to 2012.
My brother's a sergeant right now.
Oh yeah, where did you serve?
I was first in the reserve with the 44th, and then I went off to 3rd Battalion BBCLI, and then off to Dwyer. But before I was at Dwyer, I was on Roto 1, Apollo, and then I was on Athena after.
Yeah, I know the 48th. I also know PPCLI.
I know nothing of what you speak.
It's all code. I just
someone who
actually
knows
just
nothing
did a
about
video telling Maple MAGA that they're no longer welcome to thank me for my service.
How
I feel uncomfortable when people
difficult-
do it anyway.
How difficult will it be for our armed forces to recruit and beef themselves up here for NATO requirements and stuff?
They've
Recruitment's
already.
down, isn't it?
We've already almost met requirements for the year because of Trump.
Oh wow!
Plus, we were
Yeah.
able to we were able to slide a few things like infrastructure wise under the defense bill, so that boosted our spending. The three.
What
Which
about actually
back
boosting
when I
our
was in.
defense, though?
Eh? I think like they put like $2 billion towards anti-drone technology,
Yeah.
which if we're looking at what's going on in Ukraine is a definite necessity. I've seen a video about the M1 Abrams 2 tank. I don't know if you've ever seen those videos.
Oh, I love the M1 even.
But I'm like, man, if you had like 4 of those, you could probably take over half of Canada before we even had time to react. Like, it's like that good. Like, you know, it was, well, obviously not like in certain areas.
For every hour on road, you need 4 hours maintenance for those puppies.
Not as bad as the Sea King though. Remember the Sea Kings? It was like for every hour of flight there were 16 hours of maintenance.
Yeah, it's because a couple of them were down permanently though.
Oh yeah, we lost one in the ocean.
And then there was,
I
there was
remember-
one that was always
I remember-
under repair.
I remember my first 3 not callouts, pardon me. The first 3 attachments were with the airborne, and I was actually attached to them as they were being disbanded.
So that's what, the 90s?
It was 93, 94. And the last one I had was after they were disbanded, but their school in Trenton was still open. So they had me go up in one of the planes to take pictures of the guys jumping. And I swear to you, there was duct tape. Well, someone just went to the bathroom. But there was duct tape on the plane.
Sorry, there was what on the plane?
A duct tape like tape.
Oh, we had when I was flying to Portugal, they had duct tape on the wings. Well, it's not duct tape; it's like flight tape or whatever. I don't know what that.
So basically duct tape for planes.
Yeah, but it's metal. No, it wasn't me. I haven't moved. But yeah, it looks like metal, and it was flapping in the wind while we were up in the air. And I looked over. I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Hey, is that normal?" The stewardess is like, "Yeah, absolutely." Just kept walking. I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's normal."
It's quite
What's up?
disturbing.
What do you hope?
Sorry, I was away when you brought me up. Like I was away from my phone when you brought me up. So the CBC basically called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, CTV did as well.
I'm waiting
Yeah.
to hear about the Carlton riding.
I went into JB's live so I could see him do the crab dance.
I totally missed it. Was it funny?
2.3 million likes. He's got like 2.4K people in there right now. It's great. It's great.
It's a party.
How quickly does Polyev get replaced as leader now?
Yeah.
3 months.
Hi, Frontline. I really like your videos. Just want to tell you.
Oh, thank you. I'm still anxious, even though they called it, but I think it's gonna be okay.
I just want to know the ridings. I feel blind right now.
I know this stupid map won't load.
Is there another map somewhere? Does someone else have it?
I can't get it. I've been trying to load it for a bit.
Yeah.
I just want to give an extra big thank you to Frontline because she did a lot of research, very well thought out videos in fighting the lies, being factual, having proof to back up what she was saying. I mean, you couldn't deny when she made a video, when people would leave messages that were false. She's like, not just like, no, you're wrong. It was like, no, this is how you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you. It was great.
Great.
Guys, I'll be right back.
CTV has a map.
I'll be right back.
Thank you, but you guys all do great work. Zojin does amazing videos. Curious Sleep does amazing videos. Salish puts people in their frickin' place. We've all been fighting. We've all been fighting. We've all been doing work here.
I started my channel to like talk about the WNBA, and then I started watching people's videos from like this organization here and people like Frontline Feminist, and I was like, well, I'm not as good as you, but I'm gonna take inspiration. So I did do one video about security clearance because I had experience in my own life with that with my past job, and just explained how horrible it was and how scary it was and why PP wasn't getting his.
Virgin. Whoa.
That was loud. I just want to thank every single one of you who covers this kind of stuff and who tries to make a difference and who tries to spread positivity and factual information and fights the good fight. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
I appreciate all of you guys.
This is what I want to show right here. This riding has flipped liberal because of Indigenous votes.
Awesome.
This one right here. Love it.
Oh, right. Every time I can't read what I want to write. But anyway, if you go to Ground News, like 5 major news sources actually from the States just called her election because they're looking at CBC and CTV.
That feels good, doesn't it? Feels great.
Feels great. I'm still nervous.
Me too. I can't let go yet.
Yeah, like me neither. I know a lot of people are right now. Like there's a lot of people that are, popping champagne at the moment, but I'm not there yet. I need to see. I know you are.
And here's a question, something to talk about. Where's that boundary between celebrating and rubbing something in?
Well, for example, because if we're amongst ourselves and we're like happy and we're saying, thanks to each other and we're so grateful and we're relieved, like, I don't think that's bad. I think rubbing it in is like if a conservative says something mean in the comments, we respond with a really rude comment back and like rub it in their face. But as long as we ignore them, we're just having a conversation amongst ourselves.
They just want a response anyway. Just
let's not give them that.
Bias towards us to say that we're just,
I'm just deleting their comments.
Yeah.
And also, like, be prepared for what's coming, right? Be prepared for what's coming.
That's why I'm scared of getting recognized in public.
They're gonna
like,
say
honestly,
trucks are already filling up and starting.
I know. I feel like I should maybe go do a little bit of investigative work and start popping into some of the right-wing lives just to see what they're saying right now. I think that would be important for us to know.
What's Pat King saying?
Well, I can tell you, it's gonna be that it was stolen. I guarantee that's what it's gonna be.
Well,
people were using pencils and they're being
convoy. Pat King was organizing a new convoy before the election, like before today, before voting even finished or started. So they know. They'll do it.
I was like, why is Carleton the only riding not having results? Because they have to go through a ballot that's this long.
Yeah, because they got
200 people or something.
I feel bad for the poll workers now that I think about that.
Yeah.
That's gonna suck.
You know what I think really stands out to me? The fact that PP spent the last day rallying and Mark Carney was there honoring those that had been injured and those that had been lost in such a horrible attack. I mean, what a difference.
He canceled some of his
Carney,
stops so that he could be there.
Yeah, Carney took multiple days off to deal with stuff for Canada.
He did his job.
That's a big bonus in my book. You're willing to stop campaigning to actually do your job. That says a lot about your integrity.
And literally PP has been campaigning for what, 20 years now?
Like realistically, 3 years.
Sorry, Yves Francois Blanchette won his seat. Not surprising, but still I'm booing him.
This whole result is wild, man. Who would have predicted this like 3 months ago, 4 months ago? December, I
Right?
thought the Liberals were toast.
Same. Yeah.
Done.
Like, I thought they were fucking done.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
Well, perhaps,
Yeah.
we did learn something from from Biden taking so long to bow out of the race, and JT recognizing there was still a full year, and the difference, because Kamala only had basically 3 months as well, right? But you don't want to leave it that long, and so good. I mean, if I think
I think I know what happened. I think a lot of the progressive conservatives are just going to vote conservative for shits and giggles for a change, right? And they didn't see maybe the similarities between PP and Donald Trump, because a lot of those Canadians really didn't pay attention to world politics or US politics, and they didn't think that it was going to be as bad as it is. They didn't think that he was going to be deporting 2-year-olds. They didn't think that he was going to be sending innocent people to El Salvador. They didn't think that he was going to completely shit on the Constitution, right? And when they saw that, they were like, oh my God, this threat is real, because the other right-wing dictators are not really in our face all the time. Putin's not in our face all the time. Viktor Orban is not in our face all the time, right? Giorgia Melania is not in our face all the time. But now Trump got in their face. And so they went, oh shit, I'm going to vote Liberal this time because we really don't want to bring that crap into Canada. And the only people who really stayed like full-blown conservative are probably people that agree with the ideology and live in that reality of conspiracy theory and propaganda.
I think
And
it
it's
also
kind of a
shows the
sad
danger.
statement. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it shows the danger of campaigning against a specific person instead of a party or a platform, too.
That was a
Does
mistake.
anybody know if Polyev lost his seat? Or does anybody
They
know
haven't
anything
counted them
about
yet.
that?
We haven't counted his riding yet.
Okay. Okay. We're just kind of like hoping that we can announce out here and have another, jig for fun. But we're at 153 seats, folks. We're only 20 to go. Woohoo!
I don't think it made a difference today in my riding, but I still went and voted because I was hoping there were people like me that were secret liberals, because I live in a very
But you know what? Careful. Oh, noisy there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, I voted today, even though I was pretty sure, because my riding is conservative forever. But I thought, hopefully there are enough people, I'm not going to just give up, that are secretly, waking up to the fact that, they're not right for us. And, they're just not spreading it around to their neighbors. So we'll see.
Mark Carney's been elected in his riding. It's official.
Has he?
Oh, Mark Carney.
Okay, now we just need PP to not get elected in his, and it'll be the best.
How's Jagmeet's seat looking?
And they're just doing, there's some people that are saying Pierre's lost his riding. That's not 100%. The same Pierre might have lost his riding.
What about Jagmeet?
That would be
Mark Carney won! Carney just got his seat, you guys. Woo!
That is awesome news.
We won't know about Jagmeet until much later because he's out here in BC, right? So
Yeah.
Sorry, we're
What do
just
you
so
think?
excited we didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay. It was good interruption.
Oh, it looks like Mark Carney is about to do his talk.
Holy shit! My riding the Liberals beat the Conservatives for like the first time since I've lived here.
You're right. Awesome.
Oh my god.
Rosie, I'm meeting my cousin. That was always the rumor of his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage. Because the reason why we have projected the Liberal government.
It's going to come up right away here, they've said.
Do we want to play when Mark Carney talks?
Measure's in the lead too. Oh, God, this is just too good to be true. Woo.
I'm still not celebrating. I can't let go yet. I'm happy for Carney that he won his seat, but I want to see what happens more in Alberta.
It won't make a difference.
I can't celebrate till I know for sure I'm the same way.
Alberta's
going to be the all blue province.
Yeah. And it still ain't making a difference, and Alberta's colored blue right now.
Yeah, they got 36 seats, so.
Yeah. So
we flipped northern Saskatchewan.
Nice.
Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in the Indigenous community.
They came, lots of people came through. The Liberals came through. They stood up. And the NDP, I should say the leftists, they stood up and did what had to be done. And thank God.
Curious Leaf, double shout out, babe. Double shout out.
I made my video. I showed which ridings that Indigenous people could flip, and I'm really proud of the reach that video made.
That's awesome.
So what does everyone think about what Singh said?
Oh dear.
What
So
did
you're
he
getting
say?
threatened. You wanted Liberals? You're going to find out what 4 more years will do.
No comment.
Like, come on, man.
I was so disappointed. I thought, what a dangerous thing to say. Because I vote for a party not because I'm loyal to a party. I vote because like that party is good for that time. So like I voted Liberal and I voted NDP in the past, right? Back and forth, different reasons, right? But I was like, oh my God, not now, not right now. Are you serious?
Singh is the one who said, "Look what you'll get for 4 more years" or whatever.
He said that's why you don't trust a Liberal.
Oh, okay.
There was someone in the comments that said that, and I'm like, that sounds like a
Okay.
threat. But look what I got today for volunteering.
Yeah, never trust a Liberal.
That was such a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, he sank the nail in his coffin.
I
Yeah,
lost
I-
all the empathy I had for him in that moment. I was like, okay, this is it. I'm done.
I don't know if they just got like too stuck in their feels
And-
and they got like defensive when they started tanking or what, but like, oh man, dude.
Is still trying
It's
to
about as
Looks like
dumb
they'll-
as saying artificial country.
Hold on to their official party status, it looks like, though. They need 9
Rosemary
seats for that,
Burton.
right?
They need how many seats? 11 seats?
9, I thought. For
Is it
party
9?
status, no?
What are they at right now? 6?
They're at 9. Oh,
Oh,
it just
are
dropped
they?
to 8 as I said that.
Oh.
Outside collecting conservative peers as they drive by. We're in public, like we're in a public place, and everybody that drives by, you can see them give me the finger as I'm standing out here. I'm like, I'm just out here collecting conservative tears.
But you know, still, if you want to be a leader, sometimes that means letting someone else take the helm. So that really was disappointing.
CBC is showing
Terrible
NDP 11
campaigns.
seats. I want to know how many of those are because of strategic voting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How they handled that was so bad.
Party status. I believe it's 12 seats for party status, right?
Is it?
Well, you have to have 12 ridings. Mosey?
12.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's 12.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Unless you're the block, you can have one seat and be it.
Yeah.
Why is that actually? Is it true?
They're a separate nation in Canada.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Oh, there's a spammer.
Shout out to Billy for educating me on that.
Love her channel. Wonder
Yeah,
where
she's
she's
great.
at tonight. Wonder what live she's in.
Look, there's a spammer. If Liberals win, things continue to get worse. What will you all say then?
What will be our responses?
Things will continue to get worse because we're still under a capitalist system and we still have to
Mental
continue to
health,
fight
that's
that. They
the
just
key.
won't get worse as fast as they would with conservatives in charge.
I
And
can
not
tell
only
you
that,
that
we're
one thing,
dealing with Trump.
our economy will be more stable under a liberal party than a conservative party right now.
100%.
Oh, what's this?
14 more seats to go.
I'll tell you this, it won't be as bad as if we had someone who took 8 years to get a bachelor's of arts.
It was 10. It took him 10 years to get a bachelor's of arts degree at the University of Calgary, which is super simple because it took me 2.5 in Lethbridge for the same degree that moron's got. So you can actually do it like, if you do it quickly, you can do it like general studies through the summer, and you can get it done in 2.5 years. It took him 10.
Yep. And Mark
hope
Carney,
our party.
It
Mark
took me
Carney got
3.5
his
years to
PhD.
get my nursing degree.
And Mark
You
Carney,
want it, right? When you're paying student loans and you're paying huge money, you want to get through as quickly as you can. Like I got out of university owing like $50,000 for a political science degree that I've never been able to use, except for shit like this.
Carlton went liberal.
so literally it took Mark Carney
Really?
10 years to get a
Oh
PhD.
my god.
No way. Is
What?
that confirmed?
What, the Carlton went liberal? It's Dylan saying it, and
Yeah.
I can't confirm. Because I can't get...
What's Carlton saying?
Holy shit.
It did.
Did he
Okay, so
lose?
it's only one poll. It's only one poll out of 266 reporting. Liberals took the first polling station, 57 to 39% in Pierre's riding, but it's only one out of 266.
All right,
so-
all right. Well, that's like quite a bit to report yet.
Yeah.
Carlton is Pierre Poilievre's riding. So yeah, it was conservative.
Yeah.
Then there's hope.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if he loses his riding. I will gloat in
be
a video
amazing.
for that one.
I'm just
Will he
curious
go
how many
down
people-
as like the worst 20-year politician ever?
Well, they have an unelected leader of the
Literally
party.
the most unsuccessful politician in Canada.
Oh my!
That is...
You know, Fredline was saying, "Oh, he's still here," saying we must be diligent, right? You know, I see the players coming back from the past. Christy Clark is on the move again. I seen Gordon Campbell in the other day. I see Jason Kenney sitting at the table today, and Stephen Harper's in Toronto, where Treaty 6, sat through a presentation by him today. These players they're on the move again, right?
Maybe Jason Kenney's been learning French.
You know they were desperate when they brought Stephen Harper back to campaign for.
Yeah. Because everybody hated Harper, like, at the end.
Yeah. Well, and he's been so content to run things behind the scenes.
Yep.
Yeah, they knew the trouble they was in. And probably the thing about developing a base of young people, they don't know who the fuck Stephen Harper is. Most of them don't care. You tell them that the reason you're concerned now because of what Harper did, they didn't experience it, right? They have perhaps experienced, Justin and his leadership. I was going to say earlier when I made the comment about how the rallies are some of the good legwork that Tiny Trump did, shaking the people's hands and being out there and fill in those rooms where you have that tangible energy, right? That builds the cult of personality. That's what that kind of rally stuff does. Trump proved that. That's how he built his mega base down in the United States. And we just watched it happen for the last 3 years, right underneath our noses. And he's got a good solid base because of that. But it is very cultish in nature, if you ask me, because of the t-shirts and the hats and the paraphernalia and their person. It's become their identity. And we
And
see
their
it.
slogans. And their slogans.
There's
You're
one
preaching.
riding in Canada that I'm going to cry if this happens. I already feel myself welling up. The Powell River, North Vancouver. Aaron Gunn's riding. And on smart voting, it was showing him in the lead. There's 13 out of 310 polls reporting, and NDP is far in the lead. If they can hold that, I will cry.
He can't get in.
When I think of Harper, I think of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons just sitting there in the shadows, tapping his fingers together.
That's a really good analogy.
I'm gonna
That's
just
really
step out
not
for a
an
little
analogy, a description.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this open, but I do need to go run and do a few things. You guys can just keep talking.
All right. Thank you very much. How's the party there, Kim? Is everybody full of energy and bouncing around?
Everybody's pumped. There's a whole bunch of people showing up unexpectedly. Like cars are rolling up and they're like, hey, we heard about it and we're so excited for you. So that's really thrilling because we really thought there'd be 5 of us sitting by ourselves. So we're stoked. It's a good showing. 160. Oh my goodness.
Well, that you need 12 to get majority. If you add 12 in the 133, that's not easy. So they could call this. They could call this. CBC's already done that. We have just got to keep our fingers crossed on Carleton.
Oh, dude, that's the one I'm looking at. That one in my own riding now. Those are the ones I'm looking at.
What'll happen if he was to just basically lose in general? They usually boot the leader at that point. Who's making the play? Is it going to be Tim in Nova Scotia? Is it going to be Doug in Ontario? Who's going to vie for the next opportunity? Eh?
Doug is throwing his hat in there for sure.
You think? Yeah.
Well, that's why he's been so vocally anti-Trump and now anti-Pierre. Like, he saw the writing on the wall early, and he is positioning himself to run, I think.
Yeah.
I wonder if Marlena would run.
Good God, no.
I
She
wouldn't
needs
put it
to move
past
to
her.
Florida.
I don't think she could win, but I wouldn't put it past her.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. She's more far right
I'm-
than Pierre is.
I'm wondering if the party fractures now and they actually split back up into progressive conservatives and the more far right.
It'd be the only way that they could
One
bring
could
a
hope.
conservative party back, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a
Ford
hard.
scares me less than Pierre does because Ford is he's a conservative, so I don't like any of his policies and I don't really like him, but he is less crazy than Pierre in that base, I think.
And no, that base will be tired, right? The cult of personality takes energy and commitment to worship the leader at the kind of levels these guys do, where it becomes their personality. You take that leader out of the game, what's going to happen with those folks, right?
I think they're going to energize. I think they're going to organize more, and I think there's going to be another convoy thing, stuff like that.
They're going to have Maxine.
When Trump lost, they didn't fall apart. They energized and came back stronger the next time.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But Trump also is a lot more popular than PP is. PP was getting popular only because it was the anti-liberal vote. Trump actually has a real following.
PP has no charisma. Like, compared to Trump. I don't think Trump is charismatic, but apparently people do. Pierre, no one thinks he's charismatic. A moldy wet sock.
A teenager's wet sock.
He's not, though. Like, his approval rating is less than 30%. It's terrible for the leader of a major political party. Like, conservatives are taking off from anger, not because they like Pierre.
Huntley. I like your memes, Huntley.
Yeah.
Pierre Poilievre doesn't have the flair that Trump does.
Yeah.
I'm going to my community Facebook page. I want to see them raging out right now.
Yeah.
162 to 138 now.
That's a fun thing to do. I think I'll.
Especially my MPs riding. Is that what CBC is saying? Okay, here we go. All the videos I've seen on pre-vote ballot tampering, there should be a revote.
Of course.
Here it is.
Yep. No surprise there.
Time to separate and help ourselves. If you guys want the most unhinged comments, they come from Alberta. I can read them off for you.
Sure. Throw us some entertainment.
Liberals are above the law. They have violated constitutional rights, human rights, ethic laws, tax laws, immigration laws, healthcare consent act, conflict of interest acts, to name a few, and haven't heard of any liberal held accountable, so this event will be no exception.
They take a lack of evidence of crimes as evidence of crimes.
I know.
So I read it's kind of like a what the fuck page up north here, Fort St. John. It says go pick your hairline wherever it ran off to. Insults are just flying. You know, the effing RE, you know, like I'm glad you suggested go look in that comments. This is gonna be funny.
I know it is. Oh, all of it is. It's funny. Every once in a while I go to my MP's Facebook page where I know he's just spewing misinformation. Like he is notoriously spreading misinformation, worse than Pierre Poilievre does. And so I go on there and I go exactly from their policy plans or from their policy declaration, and I copy and paste or send a screenshot to disprove what he's saying, and then people just jump on me. It's hilarious. Which kind of sucks.
Why is that?
Who'd say that? Well, they only need only need 12 more seats. You don't think?
That part's
Trump
sad.
will definitely take our country. We're not ready. Bring it.
Perry's one of us, so he means well.
Oh, Perry. Okay, never mind.
There's a lot of comments about their, can't wait to separate. Suddenly the 51st state doesn't sound so bad. Sad day. Time for Western Canada party. Yeah, start separating that voice out there.
That'd be good.
Yeah. And of course,
I'm okay with a liberal minority. I mean, the NDP or the Bloc is still going to support him. The Greens are still going to support him. I like minority governments, though.
Yep. Oh, I've explained this to them. I've already explained it to them. I also brought to their attention that the UCP government voted down a bill that was for truth and reconciliation, and the racist comments I got on it were deplorable. They don't care. They do not care. Probably the most racist province in Canada towards Indigenous people is Alberta.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. Quebec is up there.
Yep.
Yeah. Curiously, if I was going to say Quebec is pretty racist against Indigenous as well. In fact, I think you know how they would like Indigenous women would go in for, I don't know, something silly, but then they'd come out with a hysterectomy. The last time that happened in Canada was in Quebec in 2010.
They're still taking children away from Indigenous people in Alberta.
Oh, they still have Starlight tours in Alberta and Saskatchewan, right?
Yeah. The slowest province to bring in any rights for Indigenous people. Doubtful.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
doubtful.
Wow, that's wild. NDP got 4.9% of the vote. That is a record low.
Charlie Angus is touring with his blues band. I'm going to try to find out how close he's going to get to me to see how far I got to go, because I want to picture that. He's good. I don't know if you've ever listened to his band, but it's good.
Oy.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad.
What's that?
One of our NDP officials, Indigenous, Blake Desjardins in Edmonton, lost his. Is losing his.
That's a bummer. I thought he was going to hold on to his.
Yeah, he's behind by almost 1,000 votes right now, but it's still early, but I don't think he's going to win. He was probably one of my favorite NDPs in Alberta.
What's the...
Desjardins.
What riding is he? Edmonton what?
Edmonton Griesbeck.
Oh, okay.
Sojin, what is the Prince George Peace River Northern Rockies? There's 3 of them in one. What's that riding for Northern British Columbia?
NDP right now, isn't it?
Would be conservative.
Prince George is all blue right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Prince George, Northern Rockies, yeah, it's all blue.
It's all blue. Prince George is divided into 3 rockies.
Prince George Caribou is all blue. Northern Rockies is all blue. It's only divided in 2, isn't it?
Is it only 2? What about East?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, East is Grand Prairie and Yellowhead,
okay.
and then Kamloops, Shuswap. So yeah, it's Prince George Caribou and Prince George Northern Rockies, and they are solidly blue.
Smart Voting predicted this, and there's no surprise because that's what it's been for 50 years. Is that solid blue line? They're like northern
yeah.
Alberta, right? It's northern Alberta to the left.
I mean,
And like, here's
they
Arnold
supported John
Viersen.
Rustad. They'll support any conservative.
Yeah, Arnold Viersen in Peace River Westlock. This man is the most hardcore pro-life activist. He got a sliding win.
Yeah, that guy's so creepy looking. Oh,
Yeah. Yes.
he has forwarded something like 186 private members' bill in relation to that issue. He is abusing the parliamentary norm around that. He is, hoping for that opportunity when his, because as long as he stands up at the end of every session to be the last one to try and move it forward, the the governing power has to have somebody there to counteract, right? And 186 times, come on, stop it.
The whole I've done so many videos on that. The whole Okanagan Valley is going liberal. Wow.
So awesome.
That's crazy because usually they're conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been for
Like,
a long
isn't
time.
Elle out there? She'll like that.
I
found out she lives like 40 minutes away from me. That's so funny.
Shameless L? Man, you're just so.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Carlton's still liberal.
still liberal. Good.
It kind of doesn't surprise me here. Well, it does sort of, but it doesn't. There is so many more people of color and immigrants and stuff in the Okanagan now compared to like even a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It makes me really happy.
What's funny is when Jason Kenney was still premier of our province, he made ads for out east to bring in more Ontario people to Alberta, and I thought for sure this was going to work against him in the next election. And I thought maybe more progressive people would move to Alberta, but apparently that's not the case.
I was wrong. Shameless L's riding is blue.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not the whole thing here.
We had a young conservative up in the live earlier today, 22 years old, just graduated with a 4-year degree in computer sciences of some sort, and blaming immigrants for the reason he wasn't able to find employment. And here's somebody who's 18 years old and is now probably heavily in debt and can't find work, and you can know there's got to be some angst within that young fella. And what has happened is he's come in contact with a politician that is picking that up and giving him a place to place blame for what really happened was, I'm sad about this for you, but you didn't do your labor market research to guarantee you'd have a job at the end of your investment.
Right.
You don't want to take personal responsibility or the part that, or at least absorbing a great deal of it, but instead are willing to walk that blame path because it is the easier way to, to kind of accept the reality, right?
And these
The
Yeah, that makes sense. Rural is always more conservative. But yeah, like the talking points that these young conservative men are spewing isn't just because of like podcasts, Jordan Peterson, and what Pierre Poilievre has been spewing out. These talking points and the things that they blame for things have been going on for generations. Like I'm talking probably well back into the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, where the threat of indigenous people and the threat of immigrants, those are all the talking points that they blame for the YT men not having things or a threat to the YT man's prosperities.
the
Yeah. It's funny,
the
they don't
sad thing
catch on
is,
to these
like,
things.
life is really, really hard for young people right now. Like our system is failing them, like in a very real way. And then you have shitty politicians like Pierre come along and throw an easy scapegoat out for those problems for them to latch onto instead of doing something to actually try to make that system better and fix it and address those problems. And that's why young people are being so easily misled, because it's easy to blame someone or have like this really simplistic cause for a problem that's actually really complex.
And not all personal responsibility. You're 18 years old and you're sitting in front of a school counselor in an industry where they're trying to sign you up into a program. And so have they gotten you to stop and do that employment labor market research? Sign up into their course? I have seen so many people end up in really extreme debt situations and choose a course that was not going to guarantee their employment. And the same way people put a buzz in that young fella's ear, I don't know, about computer science. The people put the bug in his ear about the immigrants. I told him, you're not born with information about employment counseling any more than you're born with information about the immigrants being responsible for taking your jobs. Right? So I hear you, just.
I hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah. That always blows me away when those places go conservative. Yeah, I know. It is weird.
Apparently
It's
they
the whole
can't hear you,
brainwashing
Frontline.
against communism and socialism, though, right? That's what does it.
Frontline, you're having some sort of microphone problem. They're not hearing you in the comments, so they're not. I can hear you, and I know the panel can.
Yeah, reload the live maybe, because we can all hear her fine.
Gonna drop out and in again.
I'll just drop out, I guess, and come back.
No, I think it's on their end because they couldn't hear me. They couldn't hear Frontline.
It might be a problem with
and
the
we hear
live
each other.
though. That happens sometimes with lives.
Yeah, we'll
I mean,
just bring her back up.
Abbotsford and Langley don't surprise me. That's like the friggin' Bible Belt area. That's
Yeah.
always
So
gonna
I
be
see. I
blue.
see. While I was away, we
There we go.
went down. I knew we were celebrating too soon. I knew it. Yeah.
But you know, Tiny Trump has been in British Columbia for years now, reigniting the provincial Conservative Party, and that is over.
Do we think there's any risk of him winning at this point?
No.
No. No minority government.
Oh my god, that's why I have so many horrible experiences with conservatives in person, because I'm fucking surrounded by them.
Yeah. I live in Alberta. I'll be surprised if my riding doesn't end up conservative, but I can't find the results because CBC won't load for me, so I have no idea how my riding is doing.
Edmonton, Strathcona, and what's that other one? Calgary Confederation and Calgary Center are the only ones that aren't showing blue in Alberta.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Hyper
I mean,
game.
there's still a lot to be counted here, right? Like, we're obviously just looking at what's been counted so far. Like, so far, Jagmeeta's losing in his riding, but there's only like 100 votes per person that basically got counted so far. So there's still a lot here, but from the looks of it, it's just what?
I don't think Hyper Game understands what a wave is.
No, he doesn't.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to chime in for a minute and talk to you all. This has been a ride, hey?
Look at my phone.
I'm just trying to get my face up there. So, look it, I gotta turn the camera around.
How many wobbly pops have you guys had?
Not enough. Clearly not enough. But what we wanted to say is it's Beaver Politics' birthday this month. And we're just going to take out a little bit of a moment to say happy birthday to the Beaver Network and all of the amazing people that are here tonight and that have worked with us all this year and are helping the Beaver Network grow. And it's all about getting those voices out there. So happy birthday to all of you. And keep up the good work. Because it's
Happy
birthday.
Woo! And keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
Awesome.
Good job.
Thank you. Give it a blow.
That's
And now
what she
shut up.
said.
Oh, NDP's up at 11.
I saw that. I want them to fix their map. See, oh, it is fixed now. Okay. Yay! Okay. Oh, the popular vote's getting close.
Yeah.
What does that say?
Says there's a lot of misinformed people in Canada.
Yeah.
It says that it's going to be, either way, it's going to be a rough 4 years.
Yes.
I
It's
get
gonna be the
this.
same.
These.
NDP's holding strong in North Island, Powell River. Come on!
They are expecting, someone says PP's lost his
Oh, yeah,
rider
they're-
again. I can't confirm that.
I'm actually impressed that NDP picked up or is picking up the whole West Coast.
Well, they were
I wasn't sure
NDP.
they would.
We were NDP last time.
Yeah.
But I don't want Aaron Gunn to get in.
No.
No.
Guy needs to go.
Well, Stephen Harper was saying there's such a high population of Indigenous people in rural, remote areas. And, you know, the west coast of British Columbia is a high population. So it's no doubt that it's NDP. And especially if you look at what NDP is doing provincially to honor truth and reconciliation recommendations and, you know, honoring.
Yeah. And Haida Gwaii is part of Skeena Bulkley Valley too, right? So that's all those votes are gonna go NDP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is well deserved.
I honestly want to know how Pierre is going to feel if he loses his seat.
I will giggle.
I wonder if the party is going to keep him as their year.
I don't think so. Like,
Oh,
if
they'll
he doesn't
drop.
win this election, I think he's done. But I could be
think
wrong.
so.
I mean, that's just
They
my
eat
instinct is he's going to be gone.
Yeah, their leaders who lose get eaten alive and replaced in that party.
Yeah.
He'll go into banking with his father-in-law.
They're going to blame him for it. And
Our candidate's actually running at a very close second to the Conservative in our riding, like at 27.9%. So we are not out of this race yet.
Which riding is that?
They live. I don't know if I can say where they live. I don't know what the name of the riding is. What's your riding, Mrs. Radical or Pixie?
I kind of know.
Yeah, I think you don't have to say. I have a good feeling of what
No,
it
I'm
is.
not gonna.
Cooney riding.
There's a conservative that's right now. So this is the top line numbers.
Yeah, 57 to 26%, but there's only 14 out of 310 polls reported.
Jesus, I can't believe what I'm watching here. Oh.
This is why I didn't celebrate. I'm so worried.
We're cutting in. We're making a difference.
Wow, 154 to 152 now. What the hell just happened?
Kidding.
I know. It's going to be scary now.
A lot of Ontario.
Yeah. Well, their map still has 156 to 147. But the live news network seems to be different.
And I can't get anything. CBC hasn't let me in like an hour and a half, so.
Yeah.
I'm on CBC's right now.
What's it at on CBC?
I'm on their map
150
right now, and a lot of Ontario's blue.
That's just terrifying. Shows you what you can do.
Libs are at one. They just changed to 155 to 151 now.
Fuck Ontario!
Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
72. Jesus.
That's what I was afraid of.
Hey, I voted Liberal. I'm only one person.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm not blaming the people that voted Liberal.
I think BC is gonna have to come in clutch for this one.
Well, apparently, Happy's saying Sean Fraser won his seat at least.
BC looks very, very blue.
Yep. I think, yeah, you guys, this isn't good.
Oh man, I'm gonna vomit.
Well, that's counting they're already counting those ridings for as counted, so more that are actually counting for red have to flip for it to change. Although the Okanagan just flipped. 15 out of 220 though.
The power of
Why are
propaganda.
people are just pew-pewing themselves in the foot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, they're pew-pewing us in the foot at the same time.
Yeah.
We're the collateral damage. There's going to be a lot of collateral damage, and it's going to be the people that are most vulnerable.
I think it'll still be a liberal minority.
You think? I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know if we're going to know till tomorrow.
We might not for sure.
Oh man, this is where I'm really feeling it now.
Yeah, this is why I didn't celebrate earlier, and I didn't. I'm not saying I knew. I'm guarded ever since a few other elections where I jumped too soon.
Oh, Pat King's room must be bouncing now.
And I bet
they're
all
still
those
behind.
all those people that were screaming an hour ago about interference will all of a sudden have no issues, I bet.
Yep. I mean, there's lots of them that can still change, though. Like, even in Ontario, there's only like a couple of hundred votes, and there's still only half the polls being counted. So it's not, we can go like all over the place still, really.
I disagree, Kill. Canada didn't win in this. But we will see. A minority government is just going to, like, I still want a liberal government, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be tense. And I just don't know, 4 more years of nothing getting done. 4 more years of just stalled everything.
Like, Ontario Hamilton Center is only 3 votes separating them right now, with half of their polls counted. Like, that can, it says blue right now, but who knows if it is blue. It's 3 votes.
Oh, Sean, I agree with you. I need special chocolate.
What we really need, in my belief, is someone who knows economics. I mean, I don't see how anyone can think differently. I'm just boggled.
Because they bought the propaganda and they got their news off Facebook and Instagram. And this is the result.
Well, Carleton Pierre is 1,000 votes behind.
Ooh.
It's only 8 out of 266 polls reporting, but
that's something
1,000
at
votes
least.
behind is a lot.
I will take I will take any gift horse I can get out of this right now. It would be nice if he didn't win his riding. I'm sure if he wants to stay, if he doesn't win, that isn't even a...
I bet if he doesn't win his riding, all of those conservatives are going to change their tune on prime ministers that aren't MPs real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Good point. Immediately.
You made an
They'll
exception.
suddenly remember how the system works. Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Ugh, we need these 2 seats in Calgary.
There's some hope in the Calgary downtown area, I believe.
Like, and the Calgary Skyview was always trending liberal, so I'm surprised. Like, but only 7 polls have been reported so far, so that one could flip.
Yeah.
And same with the McKnight.
Yeah, McKnight
I think
could
this
go
is going to be
either
a
way.
long night. Like I said, I think
Honestly,
that we won't know.
I'm feeling like not good.
Either am I.
This feels like the Trump and Biden election from 2020. That's what this feels like right now.
And that's why I had my hackles up, was because of that one. No, actually, no.
Yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't celebrate right away either, especially because I'm like, right now, in order for us to get through dealing with Trump, we really needed a majority government, and we're probably not going to get it, and it's going to be a super tight race until the morning. And this is exactly what happened with Trump and Biden. It was a super, super tight race. Biden just barely won, and then for the next 4 years, it was just propaganda campaigning bullshit, and that's what we're going to have to deal with. So we have to stay on top of it as much as humanly possible. It's going to be a rough next couple of years.
We could have had it easy if they got a Liberal majority, but that's not the case.
Yeah, we could have had it easy if, 40% of our country didn't eat propaganda for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
That's why Beaver politics is going to have to stay on top of this.
Yeah,
Everybody's going to have to stay on top of this.
I agree. We need a village.
I'm just worried that if I make videos, they're not going to sound intelligent.
As long as that piece of shit lost his seat. Yeah!
Sorry, they're just showing the Carlton riding.
Yes!
Oh.
Fucking love that piece of
That was good. Good timing there.
The Carlton writing's not close to being done counting, though, is it?
No.
10 out of 266 polls, but he's behind by 1,500 votes.
That doesn't bode well for him, but we'll see.
Yeah.
It can turn around.
It is not a good look for the party leader to lose their own riding.
I would make more political videos. I don't think I have the skills for it. But I'm going to try my best.
Well, you learn as you go. And, the biggest thing that I think is just make sure you're checking your sources and researching. Those are the two big things before you post anything.
Oh, definitely.
Fuck Tiny Trump. That works too. From time to time.
Well, God, Andrew Scheer won his riding in Saskatchewan. Not a shocker.
Mm-hmm.
But not a shocker. My goodness. Still my heart.
CBC maps down again.
Oh, mine's been trying to load for a while now. Like hours.
Oh, hell yeah. My MP is, oh shit, that changed fast. Okay, so NDP was winning in my riding. Now it's Liberal is leading in my riding with the Conservative 3 votes behind him. That is fucking scary. This riding has never gone Conservative. Oh my God, I am living amongst them. This never used to be this area of, this area of Canada was never like this. They are creeping in from the suburbs into the greater Vancouver region. This is fucking scary. I'm sorry, I'm having like a meltdown over here when I saw how much support Indy got, because the way that he's been campaigning in my riding is disgusting. He had like one of those convoy of trucks the other day. He's getting his people to like stand on street corners with signs and like jump around and stuff, like waving his name up in the air and getting in everybody's face and like, God. And I felt this when I was going door knocking. I was like, oh my God, all of these people that used to be like, because a lot of people open their doors and they're like, yeah, I used to vote NDP, but this time around I'm going to go Conservative. I'm like, how the hell do you go from NDP to Conservative? But apparently when I asked them, they complained about the substance problem and how the Liberal government handed out free substances to people and, just like the crime wave, like for fuck's the tent cities that, we've had since forever. They were there when Harper was there too. They never went away.
Yeah.
And then when you throw capitalism and wealth inequality, it's going to happen more often. That's not because of the Liberal government. Jesus Christ. I hate humanity. Like, we're so dumb.
Well, what's really
I'll agree.
I was just going to say, what's really disappointing to me is that no matter how, this many people, half of Canada is on that side of things.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
That, we are so completely divided. Because the further
we're becoming America.
the further I feel left. Like, it's, you know what I mean, though.
This is the same division though that we saw in America, and like we're becoming America. Like I don't want to be in this culture. Like I'm genuinely, I don't know what to do. I want us to be
There
a
you
lot
go.
more like Europe.
Cons just went down 2. They're at 148 now instead of 150.
I'm like legitimately feeling nauseous.
I'm a weird mix of somewhat relieved in that it's not going to be a conservative majority. Like I don't see that coming out of this, at least.
No.
But we really needed a majority government because it's just going to be 4 more years of whatever they replace PP with, PP 2.0, and it's just going to be the same thing. More propaganda.
Well, hopefully the Bloc will do something with the Libs.
They
I
could
hope
be
so.
like the conservatives. If they do end up losing, like they could look for new leadership, and in doing so, have interim leaders, and could be trying to build credibility. So we could, if we're trying to extract a positive, we could look to see that there might be a change in direction from the Conservative Party away from the populism and more into pragmatism.
You're a very optimistic person.
Yeah,
I'll give
I
you
don't
that.
see it either. I would like to believe they are going to grow from this in a positive way, but they're
Well,
so far right now, and Harper's behind it.
they might not have a choice, right? Because like that's a fragment of the Conservative Party, and as we've talked
Oh, I
about
know.
before, that
Absolutely.
it's a complete coalition of parties over there, and until they can find a new direction, new leadership, it might be difficult for them to coalesce around one kind of platform, or one kind of policy. So they might end up splitting up, and some of them who want to emerge as leaders might actually put some work in.
Yeah. Well, I just don't think I have the patience to put up with another 4 years of the Conservatives just blocking every single thing that the Liberals put forward, regardless of its merit.
Yeah.
What do you think if the Conservative Party splits into 2 groups, then dividing the vote next election? Wouldn't that be also a plus?
Well, I'm thinking they're going to be struggling. They're going to be looking for a leader. It makes sense because they have already so much. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the party goes to join the PPC after this election. Like Michelle Ferrari lost her seat. Apparently, I can't confirm that, but she's a super bigot, allegedly.
Oh,
I have to
maybe
say,
they'll snatch up Danielle Smith. We all know how far she is.
Excuse my ignorance. What is the PPC?
People's Party of Canada, Maxime Bernier. It's a libertarian.
It's more right than the Conservatives. It's like far, far, far right, where like instead of pretending that they're not bigots, they just
Don't say it.
they just firmly come out and say it. That's the difference.
Bernier lost his seat the last time, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Liberals 160, 147.
Because we have to think that some conservatives, at their core still want to do their job. There were some that were reaching out for the housing plan that Fraser had in place.
Yeah, there were 11.
So, it might be possible that if they continue with the populism, that the Liberals could pull those guys over.
My writing, for the first time in a long time, Conservatives were in second place.
Scary.
Libs are back up to 160.
Yeah.
For us, or
Oh god, I'm so nauseous, you guys.
I know.
160 to 147.
I mean, let's
I feel let down by society. I mean, I get it. I'm happy, obviously, if we get our minority government, but at the same time, knowing that there's this much support for propaganda and lies, and seeing that we're becoming just as divided as the United States is, and seeing my own province where like parts that used to be liberal are now going conservative for like the first time in decades, I'm so grossed out.
It's not
I
just
just
propaganda.
like I thought we had a bunch of educated people that live here. I really did. Like I thought this was a area full of educated people, and turns out I'm wrong.
Then
No,
There's a
it's
bunch of
not
idiots
just
all around me.
propaganda. It's not just propaganda and lies. It's outright bigotry.
There's also like a fear factor too that plays into a lot of like seniors and older voters where they don't really have a grip on reality, I guess. And
Or
they
when
just lash out in fear.
It's older
when he
people
said
are
he was
breaking
going to
liberal
tax,
Yeah.
when he outright lied and said the Liberals would tax their home equity, I think that should just be, you can't say stuff like that. You're just
He should be disqualified.
lie. Exactly.
Or at least incur a fine and have like a disclaimer that's published every time you speak.
No, just disqualified, then they won't fucking do it.
That presents a problem of people being like, you're suppressing.
Well, no, but when it's
They
like
should
that's
be
a pretty
held to a certain
easy
decorum.
to prove thing that it's
There should
blatantly
be more
false, right?
No, I agree. There should be a punishment, but I don't think that I'd rather have them out in the daylight so that we can see them, mock them, and then ship them out.
It's easy to put a disclaimer, but they say that, a lie runs around the world before the truth ties its shoes.
Yeah, but then the truth clotheslines the lie. I don't know if you've ever watched any kind of wrestling, but you bounce around those ropes enough, you're gonna get a clothesline. I'm always
Whitlam is back red.
I'm always gonna side with the truth though, like, and just hopefully that, cross your fingers, it all comes out.
And Richmond and Delta are back red.
When you look at society, like when there's like time of war, they don't, you won't see a party change during wartime, like when the country's under a great deal of stress. And I have to think about what happened the other night in Vancouver as being some kind of, wrench in this whole thing.
Yeah.
And I often wondered about what happened with Trump in the United States, because some of that seemed rather strange. But to get that sympathy vote or to scare the public, because this is the way society, this psychology of conservative, as Keegan would say, like if somebody was going to the center left towards liberal, would this have been enough to get that amygdala gland just to fire it off there, right? And so it sent them flying back, perhaps.
For me with the USA, that the whole Trump and the ear thing, that moment where he rose up and he threw his fist in the air and was like, fight, right? And everybody's like focused on him. And like there was somebody that passed away like 10 feet behind him, right? And they're celebrating this moment of perseverance and glory, while right behind them, somebody is just breathing their last breath, right? Like,
Christy Freeland just won her riding.
Oh, she lost it?
No, won.
Oh, one.
On the riding, yeah, I was saying she's.
That's what I had heard too. I was like, oh, she won it, she won it, and I was like, oh no. I think it's just a perfect analogy.
I agree with you, Happy.
Allegorical representation. Something.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when the Secret Service, something like that happens, they fold and carry and throw the person they're guarding into an armored car. There was no way he should have been able to stand up and put his fist in the air.
He does have a lot of to say support, that would be saying it lightly and be a disservice to the commitment they have to this fucking thing. And they're willing to do anything that man says.
Elizabeth May won her riding.
Oh, thank God.
That's nice.
Yeah, she was just confirmed for Saanich. Victoria has been confirmed. Liberal, and only one part of Vancouver so far has been confirmed. That's Granville, Vancouver Granville. That has been confirmed as Liberal.
You know, when I look
Cagney
Travis
losses.
and Vancouver Island are kind of the ones really close.
Greens are only going to get the one, aren't they?
Guns catching up in Powell River.
very close
to argue that part of your is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any any solace in that difficult situation where you are?
How can Aaron Gunn be catching?
You know, Rosie, obviously I did not have a crystal ball.
Listen to Roman Baber won his riding. Roman Baber,
But I knew it
the
was right.
convoyer.
I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that we were headed in the wrong
Yeah, I'm gonna block that one.
and that I had to do something about it.
I'm so happy that I didn't have to do it. I don't know though.
Never mind, I can't.
Is China really that bad? Like, I know they are.
Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake.
Compared to USA.
They can't
Yeah, apparently
even
Roman
explain
Baber
that.
won.
That
That's what they were
What riding
saying.
is that, Happy?
Hey?
What riding is he in?
I couldn't remember. But there was Roman Baber. Yeah. Not Barber, Baber.
Okay, so it's not the same race for
Not Chris Barber.
not Chris. I know who you mean. I know.
York Center. York Center.
York Center. Yeah. And I think that was a liberal seat before.
Any word about that that bigot, the residential school denier?
Aaron Gunn, he's catching up.
He's neck and neck now.
Yeah, I see that.
And it really pisses me off that if people would have just looked at the smart voting, they could have avoided a lot of this.
Alberta is so
He's
blue.
actually in the lead right now. Gunn is.
Yep, I see that.
On the flip side,
How
maybe
disgusting is that?
Up for grabs right now.
It just blows my mind that someone can be just an open racist and bigot and still fucking.
Oh, they hadn't
Like, imagine voting in like a Yahtzee. That's that's pretty much the equivalent. You're voting in a
Blows my
Yahtzee.
mind.
Yeah, they're voting in someone who would deny. They're voting. They're basically saying that like genocide didn't happen. It's the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, denialism's illegal in Canada, so I'm looking to see how that plays out for them.
Yeah. Well, most of Vancouver and Richmond switched red again.
That's a good sign.
That's what I was saying. I feel like BC is gonna come in clutch. And
Except for Richmond Center, that's still blue for now.
Yeah, and then that was a pretty blatant split in groups at the provincial.
The one that I'm really surprised about though is Port Moody, Coquitlam. That is freaking weird to see that go blue.
I have to keep reminding myself that red and blue are different here because I was so invested in the American elections. So every time I hear someone say, "Oh my goodness, it's gone red," for a very split second, I like, you know.
Winnipeg flipped a con seat to Liberal.
Nice. I think there was equal equal amount of seats flipped in Ontario. I'm not sure though.
Well, at the CBC,
both Winnipegs flipped.
The numbers across the bottom add up to 330, and there's only 5 left that are 333, or it did last count for me. That's only 5 more tweets to actually report in on. So if you gave all 5 of those to the Conservatives, it still wouldn't catch up to the Liberals.
It's supposed to be 342 now.
That was 338.
Isn't it supposed to be? I thought they added 4 seats. 3 seats? 4
It's 343 now.
343?
I'm comparing all of like the results from the last election, and Winnipeg is going more liberal.
Well, fuck. I mean, if they do, then we should be sending fucking something to Wob Canoe.
Right?
I don't want to. Like,
Wob for NDP party.
well, at least a big
French
thank
lessons.
You.
We're gonna send them French lessons.
You know, maybe some chocolates and a thank you. Like, no.
It's 400. Oh, sorry. It is. I just looked up the seats for Parliament for 338 members of Parliament, but there's also 105 senators.
Hey guys, how's it going?
The number is.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hi, Zojan. Hey, Happy.
Hey.
Hey, Sleeve. How's it going?
A little nauseous and nervous.
Right?
It's been a nail biter.
Especially because they were all so brazen and talking about this or that or the other thing so early, man. And I knew it was too early. I was like, bro, this is not good. If the pattern holds, like that's what I said. If the pattern holds after they clear Ontario, we're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
What's the name of the podcaster? But an American podcaster literally just used the word spinal solution recently on one of his shows in regards to the same people it was used for the last time.
Oh my god.
I was just sitting here telling my mom that Beaver Network brought out all the big gun creators tonight.
Very kind.
I do think that Pierre is going to lose his seat.
I think he is too.
That's we're celebrating too, but
40 out of 266 stations reporting, and he's behind by like 1,500 votes.
yeah, he's gonna win his seat.
You think so?
There was only 5-6 polling stations reported so far, and before
There's 40.
There's 40
reporting.
reporting.
What's the story on PP's riding? Is he gonna spin it around? Hopefully
that's what we're
not.
talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
He's behind right now with like.
There's 266 there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Winnipeg. I'm cheering on Winnipeg right now. They're doing good things.
I'm really hoping the NDP can get like 2 or 3 more seats at the
Something.
Conservatives.
I'd like to see them get a couple more seats.
Olivia Chow of Toronto.
What was that?
Is Olivia Chow speaking?
We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus's seat. Right now, that is blue on our road.
So do you think Jagmeet Singh can turn his riding around?
No.
Vancouver Island is disappointing me.
They should have all joined a coalition
Holy
before
fuck.
the election.
He's in 3rd place in his own riding.
Yep.
Wow.
That's what I mean. Like, I wonder if there's any possible way to turn that around.
No.
Not for Jug.
No, I don't think he does.
I don't see
anything. He pissed too many people. Like their campaign was so boneheaded, man.
They could technically still join the Liberals if he were to resign.
True.
He's gonna resign.
And then there would be a majority government.
If he loses his seat, he will.
How long before you can cross the
Yeah,
floor?
if he
then?
loses his seat, he will. He'll have to.
Are they even in? Are they below party status right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn it!
They said if they
12 for party.
Yeah, they said if they're at 11, there's a way that they can keep party status if they align with the Liberals or the
Hey,
ruling party.
hey, Aaron, in the comments, just face south and keep walking.
That's okay. What's up with Aaron? Where's Aaron?
Hey, Frontline, how's it going?
It's going. No, no, no. My fucking riding just went conservative.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, shit.
They haven't confirmed it yet, so there's still a chance, but they're literally ahead by 5 fucking votes right now. So I'm not too worried. I feel like it'll switch back, but like this was never supposed to be a battle between conservatives and liberals. This was supposed to be between liberals and NDP. Like the cons were not even projected to ever have this high of a percentage.
That's going to cause a recount automatically, if the votes are within a certain mark.
There's quite a few
Well,
seats that are sitting out.
it's the way they campaign here. I saw them. Like it's.
That's wild.
I moved into this when I moved here 7 years ago. I moved here so that I could vote NDP. By the way, my riding has changed, but it doesn't matter because my old riding is also going conservative. So the area that I live in was NDP for a very long time. That's literally why I moved here, and now it's blue.
NDP spends all that time making things better, and then the conservatives move in.
Hey,
Gentrification process.
hey, Sojourn, was Aaron Gunn still running?
Yep, he's
Did he-
currently in the lead in his riding. Unfortunately, 500
Damn
votes
it.
ahead. Yep.
Damn it. NDP Liberal.
You're halfway there, Reggie.
Oh, under half. Where'd you go?
I'm not sure where he went.
155 would be half, right?
Yep.
So another 10 polls, you're half. And
He's still doing amazing.
He's not
doing
really
amazing.
losing a lot of ground, no.
No.
So
Where
they're
I didn't realize my mic was on. Sorry, guys. We're just going over our numbers here in Cranbrook. And our candidate is actually sitting at 25.7% against the Conservative, which is far better than what the NDP was, progressively going on about. And if they would have not split the vote, because they actually basically called JB a liar and said that smart voting wasn't accurate, if they actually would have not split the vote, we actually probably would have won this riding.
That sucks.
And that's
Yeah, it does
that's
suck.
why
You know what happened to me today? I went home from work, and I have my Liberal signs all over my lawn, and the NDP fellow here in town basically knows who I am because he was on a board with me, and I got home and there was an NDP sign on my boulevard, right in front of my house, just to be a douchebag. So guess what I did with that sign?
Not cool.
It's in my car and it's going right to his house tomorrow morning with me saying, fuck you, because you want to be a douchebag. And you guys split the vote. And now you've left us in the situation where now we have Rob Morrison again doing absolutely nothing for the next 4 years.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying smart, like what they call strategic voting is not a good idea.
We did
It's
have
split votes.
voting, and we should have voted Liberal in this riding, and we would have actually got rid of our Conservative MP that has been sitting here for the last 6 years doing absolutely nothing. Because the NDP stuck their feet in and actually absolutely refused to listen to smart voting or 311 or any of them, and basically slandered JB through the whole election. This is what we're left with.
Yeah.
Remember when in November it was like 220 seats projected for the Conservatives?
Lost his seat. Lost his seat. That's the best thing of the whole night.
I saw
Sean
that.
Fraser won his seat.
I saw that video of all the conservatives in that one room, and I hate to gloat. I don't want to gloat, but they didn't look happy.
APTN had Jennifer Indigo Polychick or whatever, Indigo Polychick, and she was talking if the Liberals were to win what does that mean for Saskatchewan if it goes all blue? What does that mean for, she's talking about separation, right? And
Oh my God.
That
Are you
shit
serious?
confuses me.
Oh, for
Meanwhile,
sure.
an Indigenous leader was voted in northern Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah,
That's
she was being interviewed actually right afterwards. It's a woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh no,
yeah.
no! It's a man
Oh,
for the
is it?
Liberal Party. He
Who's
won.
that?
There's
Buckley Bellinger.
there was a woman that won. She's First Nations, and she wasn't expecting to win. I don't know if she was actually
In which province?
announced. I think it's Saskatchewan.
Really? Let me see. Because it's Buckley Bellinger that won.
She's Indigenous and she's a woman, and she was ahead
I don't
enough
see her
or
anymore.
announced.
Uh,
I wish I had my laptop.
I will never.
in Manitoba.
Is it Manitoba? Maybe.
Yeah, Rebecca Chartrand.
Okay, I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
But she was no. I think it was somewhere in Calgary. Maybe. She was.
Calgary.
Is she? Yeah, she was in a
was
place.
gonna have some red, and it's going all blue now.
Ah, that sucks.
Like all of Alberta is blue.
Not to be
No,
not
Edmonton has
surprised.
2 spots.
Not surprised about that one.
Edmonton, yeah.
Yeah, they got that whole fear in you about the oil.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna shut off
They're
the taps.
freaking insane. In
They're gonna shut off the taps. Shoot
Wait till
them. Like
God
I built
shut off
more.
the
I
taps.
built more pipelines than you guys ever saw.
You'd think Alberta would love Trudeau. He built them a pipeline, and somehow they still hate him and think he's against oil and gas.
Are
Oh,
you
yeah.
kidding? They don't think that he built anything.
Carney's
That's-
asset management fund included investing in Alberta oil. He had large chunks of his investment was in Alberta oil,
Mm-hmm.
but the clean oil, I guess. I hate him. I hate him. They say he was fine.
I'm never gonna forgive Singh.
He didn't help.
160,
That's for sure.
161, 150 is comfortable because that means it would take every single bloc person to side with the Conservatives, the top of the government.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
they
that's
would.
very likely at all.
No, because the Conservatives talked about that pipeline through Quebec, and Blanchette was like, well, I don't know what the hell you think you're doing. He's like,
Their policies are just worlds apart. I can't see
They're
it.
very environmentally friendly. Like very.
well, they're socialists.
Pro
too.
worker. They're quite left leaning.
Very, very tenant friendly laws too.
But the Liberals could work with them.
Yeah, they're not fans of the Liberals either, but they'll take that money. That's
Their
for sure.
ideology is close enough that they can probably, even if they're not fans, some of the basics. They're more similarities than
looks-
with the Conservatives.
Oh, for
The way
sure.
it looks now, we're just going to continue on kind of how we have been.
It looks like it, yeah. Rona Ambrose was on CTV show losing her shit. She's like, we're going to have 10 more years of the same thing. And everybody else on the panel was like biting their lip, trying not to say anything. She's like, I don't understand what's going on.
I scrolled past. I forget the name of that live there, but they're all conservative, and they're like, "Oh, go into one of those liberal lives now." She said, "I don't
Pat
suggest
King?
you do it." And I was like, "No, please come try."
Oh yeah, Pat King's live. It was 154, 151 at some point, and they were all cheering as the numbers were going up and down, up and down. I wouldn't be surprised if they were still cheering.
But yeah, but they're probably cheering right now, like, yeah.
Right now, they're probably saying, "Why are the numbers changing so much? I don't understand.
Are we happy or are we sad?
Why are they still counting?" We need to ride the wave.
That must be a bot. or someone very ill-informed.
No,
There's no
KR is
way.
alright.
What's that?
PRA, yeah.
Oh. I think they're joking. I recognize KRA. I don't think they're.
Yeah, I do.
No,
KRA, yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's funny.
good
Yeah.
at panels. He's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on Pat King's.
Always in the game, but it's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing volunteers.
What was the score?
A decisive victory here, but not a decisive victory nationwide. What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of the majority? Well, it was a very hard-fought race. The polls
Not the Winnipeg game at all.
throughout the election campaign.
Well, I can't wait to work. You probably weren't gonna have any to show for it anyway. Murray, oh, he's probably sitting there. I remember, you know what he was posting? He was posting that like somebody had followed an electoral person who had brought a sealed box home. He's like, this is apparently common practice. It's like a sealed box, right? Like,
That person who thinks they're going to work until the day they die, not have anything to show for it, clearly doesn't realize that PP took like 10 years to get a Bachelor's of Arts, and that Mark has a PhD in economics.
not yet.
Ethan Dubuque, yeah, he's projected to win his riding.
Can we go back to being nice to each other? Yeah, their chances, Bruno.
I was telling Schmercy today, like a lot of the content creators were just talking about how burnt out they were, some of them.
Yep.
That's because
I see you nodding there, Sojan.
Yeah, I won't be able to celebrate this at work, that's for sure.
well, we've been working.
I would.
We've been working against bots, interference, AI. I mean, it's been hard road.
It's also an adjustment to social media and smartphones and like whole like integrated pervasive technology adjustment, you know.
I don't think the propaganda and foreign interference can be understated.
No, me neither.
Like the whole IDU group, you know, all those other nations are inundating Canada with bots on Twitter and social media and everything else right now.
Yeah.
Like, guaranteed.
I can't believe they didn't make a bigger deal of the AWZ and their fucking facial recognition technology and their ties to like, you know, tyrannical regimes using the technology to identify dissidents.
Plus, you add to it, what is it, the ICP? Is it the ICP?
In case, I just want to show you guys something. In case you're wondering about CTV,
Can't see that.
CTV, it's all blue. It's all conservative people.
Oh, commenting?
Yeah, well, even they keep interviewing in CT or in conservative ridings. People have won.
Wow.
The government you elect is the government you deserve, Thomas Jefferson. Yes, ma'am. You know what? I just can't wait to get back to normal.
Yeah.
Especially if Pierre Poilievre loses his seat and the Conservatives are scrambling, jug meat, and they're scrambling or whatever, you know. Like I just
We're not gonna get back to normal though. Like the social Well, yeah, but I don't think Happy was talking about this because this is what he wants to get away from. So I'm just saying, like, we're not going to get back to normal because we don't have a plan on how to deal with the amounts of misinformation and propaganda that's out there, and this radicalization of people to live in a completely alternative reality of just lies and conspiracy theories. That's not going anywhere. It's
That's
going to
what I
get
was
worse.
just talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I was just talking about. I think that now with, and you're right. Like it seems like it's trending to get worse. But like maybe we're close to like the epicenter. You know, maybe we're close to coming out on the other side, where we can start to look up and look forward, because you know the wound is exposed. We know what's going on, and now all we have to do is continually add more and more light.
Well, this is a
Maybe that's all
battle.
it is.
This isn't the war, right? And just like when Trump lost the first time, they regrouped and went twice as hard. So we got to stay on it.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are both right. There's like two different outcomes that can happen. Either they organize even more and are more motivated, and just like Trumpers were when Trump lost, and then they came back stronger the next time around.
Yeah.
Or, especially if Pierre loses his riding, they have to get a new leader for the party because they'll turf him, and then that party eats itself alive and splits up into two parties, and we all are much safer. And I think it's kind of like 50-50 on which of those is more likely.
So, like, if PP, like I've been saying, gets his PP smacked, does he get to stay on as the conservative leader?
It's up to them. He doesn't have to be an MP to be a leader, just like Carney
Right,
wasn't. But
right.
I
That's
think
what I
they'll
was
kick him
thinking.
out if he loses the election.
I'll be laughing right out too.
That's what I was thinking.
They've gone through so many leaders. Every
You
time
know, I
a
wouldn't
leader
be-
loses
I
an
wouldn't be-
election, they kick him.
He owns a massive property in Alberta, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him move there and try to like take politics in there. Maybe even go provincial or
Yeah. No, we don't need him here. We got Daniel Smith, good enough,
I'm just
bad enough.
stepping with it be back in 30. Okay.
Don't forget.
Feminist.
No, he's just going to get a job like the normal working man, isn't he? Like he relates to us, right?
What were you saying, Frontline?
Oh, you were serious. Let me laugh harder.
I was joking.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very short campaign we've been in, so
The two ridings in Winnipeg that flipped to Conservative were totally split.
The Conservatives are already talking about a bloc Conservative coalition. Rona Ambrose was absolutely not. The Conservatives would never align with the Separatist Party. This guy's down there going, it's coming, it's coming.
Yeah.
succeed if they want to stay on as leader.
Not likely.
No, the possibility's there, but I don't see them doing it considering how much public spending the Conservatives are trying to cut.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
Oh, and
they just
that,
have different values. I think it would be really, really difficult for the door
oh,
to
and the whole transfer thing, the federal transfers, like Quebec's not about to hand that over to a Conservative government.
No.
We'll look to see tomorrow where we
Like, look at like all the Conservative ridings. What is their second place in most of those?
There as well.
Or sorry, all the block ridings.
Oh, it's got to be Liberal.
Yeah, exactly. That's my guess. So that just means they're not going to go side with the Conservative Party.
No, I don't think so either.
All right, I'm gonna get going. I have to work tomorrow. So everyone have a good night.
I'll catch you guys later.
Have a good night.
Bye.
The hell's looking for stories.
I honestly don't feel like this is a victory. I don't. I feel like we're gonna have we're going to have a minority government, which is just going to push the Conservatives to try to force new elections as soon as they possibly can. Things aren't going to be able to get done that easily. The small parties basically got eaten up by the Liberals, but the Conservatives still have absolutely massive support. So we're becoming more like America by being a two-party system.
That's the big danger.
And the Conservatives are just moving more and more to the right, and they're gaining a lot of support. Like I honestly am completely fucking done. Like my riding is now conservative. My old riding is now conservative, and these ridings have never been conservative in decades. And I don't even want to fucking live here anymore. I don't. I'm so fucking disgusted.
I would see the Conservative Party splintering before any of that stuff really happens. I would see like.
I don't see them splintering. They're working under the IDU. They have a lot of support. They know that if they keep up with it by next election.
Yeah, but that's not the whole party. I mean, that's fine that you can say that they're there now, but like the whole party doesn't align with Stephen Harper and Pierre Poilievre. We can already see it fracturing, and there's an evangelical component to it. There's a nationalist component to it. So like I think the overlap is starting to get smaller and smaller on what certain people will take in that party, and I think it's going to break like the same way it did in Ontario, where you had some splintering components. We already saw it with the PPC. So I would see like if we put pressure on them, or if pressure was put on them, especially without actual leadership right now, I think you could see them implode. And I think that continued work with the NDP and the Bloc, at any given moment, the Liberals could have enough to support to really just go through with the mandate.
In Frontline, I think we're just.
That's very wishful thinking.
We're just going to really have to focus on the next generation and using this technology to get past all the misinformation.
Yeah, but we don't have the funds to do it. The right is backed by a shit ton of money. We've all been doing this for free. I gave up so much of my income so that I can take the last 4 months or whatever since November really to like be online as much as humanly possible so that I can do this. But unless we can get paid for what we do, even if it's at least a livable wage or something, it's going to be very hard for us to compete with people that are being paid hundreds of dollars for being freaking red pill grifters. Like they know that. That's why they pour so much money into it.
I don't disagree with you. And if you need a break, take that break. You deserve it. You've done so well. And maybe we just need to recruit so we have more people for the load of work we need to do.
I just think that we need to start taking advantage of the same utilities and resources that, have been so prevalent in the last little while, and just continue to build communities and have those communities tie together with a set of values and morals, and just keep preaching and participating in the same stuff, and just moving forward, no matter what, moving forward, because, otherwise you have nothing but despair, and it's definitely not enough.
I've said it before, fighting fascists is supposed to be fun, being a fascist is supposed to suck. So Happy's thing there, where we develop the community and stuff so we can all be having fun while we do this, that's the important thing.
And remember,
people on the fence are always going to join the side that looks like it's having fun.
And remember,
not the side that looks like it's losing and is down in the dumps.
Mm-hmm. Sorry about that. I kept interrupting, but remember, I started off my channel because I like the WNBA, and here I am doing this now. So it's like that old, hair shampoo commercial, like you tell two friends, they tell two friends, they tell two friends.
And let's not forget how far behind we were. Like not just 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Like it was a really long climb back, right? Like, and we know where the big problem is, and it is like disinformation and propaganda. and so, GI Joe, knowing is half the battle. I still see this as a positive, although I would have wanted better. And I still see us pulling people away little by little.
And like you said, Happy, we had such little time between leadership change, and look what was accomplished in that little time.
And with Mark Carney negotiating with the Bloc or negotiating with NDP based around purely economics and what those parties are prioritizing for their constituency, I don't see them stalling in Parliament. I see them taking advantage of his aptitude in those kinds of trade negotiations.
I do agree with Frontline's point that the danger of this, or the bad thing about this outcome, is we have become much more of a two-party country, which I think is
That's
very
why
dangerous.
that's exactly
And we have to
why.
recognize the fact that the reason the Liberals took this is because 18 out of 22% of the NDP voting base voted strategically, basically, or
Yeah,
got pissed
exactly.
off at JAG and switched.
Yeah. No, I concur.
So
And that's why I think it was.
that's hard to hold together too.
Yeah, I think it was short-sighted of them to not concede that they needed to act as a unilateral front against this kind of thing, a united front, sorry, against this movement, this populism and nationalist movement. And, I think they would have been able to secure longer term,
Yeah, more leaning towards Liberal or NDP.
well, no, they could have
We
both
could have kept
operated
going in
on.
that direction, but then he comes around and says, you can't trust a Liberal. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, that was just so
You
dumb.
know what they say about
Someone in the comments says they want to make a point, Jack. I don't know if anyone saw that.
I
He
think
didn't say what his point was, though.
yeah. I really think it was short-sighted to them to
Oh,
think
no.
this.
Sorry. They've requested to come up. I'm not letting you up. You don't have, like, an account, dude. And no picture, no followers. Sorry.
I mean, throw your point up in text.
You can,
We can
Tiffany
read.
can come up.
Do they hold the balance of power?
Yeah, they do.
Hey,
Hey,
No.
girl.
hey,
If the Liberals gain
I
enough
won't
seats,
lie. I feel utterly defeated and I hate it in my province so much. Like, you've no idea. Like,
so if the
I
Liberals,
fucking hate living in Alberta. It's so fucking embarrassing. Like, that,
Yep.
I'm sorry. It's so fucking embarrassing. Like,
so if the Liberals get 162, which is what I think I saw them last projected to get,
they'll
was
need the block to prop them.
no,
Yeah.
because if the NDP gets 11, that puts them at 173.
That's if the
NDP's at
NDP.
8
Yeah, they're at 8 right now.
Oh,
and 160, so there'd be 168. I mean, it's a true minority government. The Bloc does hold the balance of power pretty much no matter what.
yeah.
Like, I feel like so defeated right now because to me, I look at those numbers and I'm like, that is a insurmountable uphill battle.
Yeah, I think it's.
And I was on
sad
Facebook
about,
arguing.
like,
I really think
Desjardins
we're
in
on the positive
Edmonton.
here.
That
Like,
makes me.
well, I was like, you guys were all doing creating here. I was over on toxic Facebook. So I got to even see more of the disgusting, terrible rhetoric. And oh my God, like I just like, I'm ready. I'm with Frontline right now. Like, I feel like I just basically want to quit and leave Canada.
You know what?
That's kind of where I'm at.
You know what's amazing about the federal government? Yeah, well, Alberta sucks for province and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But you know what's good for the federal government and the Bloc holding this balance of power the way it does. If the math is right on that one, the Bloc controls pretty much a lot of the direction. So
I don't know if that's a good thing.
it's definitely good if you're looking to buy time, and considering where we were coming from, and considering the interests of Quebec, we're pretty good because we can make the interests of Quebec the interests of Canada for sure for at least a couple of years.
You are assuming a few things there. As somebody who lives in Alberta, I feel like that ain't gonna go over well in my province, and I am genuinely concerned about tomorrow. Genuinely fearful in my province of what this means, because the number of threats I saw is ridiculous. I didn't even put up a sign on my lawn for the party I wanted to support because it was that bad.
I feel like the numbers being closer to the Liberals is better though for a threat. If it was a Liberal majority, there would be more upset in Alberta.
Oh
People
no!
need
You
to
should have seen the people.
realize it could have very easily been a conservative win tonight. If this election was like 2 months ago, it would be. So we should all be quite relieved and happy with this outcome right now.
Yep.
Yeah, the fight ain't over. Even if the Liberals got a majority, it wasn't gonna be over. So seriously,
feel like we're just gonna have another
take the sigh of
election.
relief, man. Take the win for a while we can, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I was saying about the bloc. You know, they don't want to trigger an election. They want to hold
No,
us
they
back
don't.
so they can take everything. And like, if you know one party doesn't give them what they want, they'll go to the next one. You know, so like even if there's no way they would want to lose that position.
Either way, this election showed me exactly what I needed to know, because this is what I was waiting for, and now I know. Like I basically wanted to know, because if we didn't get a majority and it was this close, then half of our country is the exact same as the megas down south. And
I don't think that's
and then
I don't think that's a fair assessment. I think like 25% of the conservatives are MAGA.
I don't see 25% getting 150 seats.
Nope.
No, but I also think that the conservatives are full of legacy voters who would.
And those legacy voters are idiots.
I don't
Sorry.
care. If they're not mega, then they're idiots. So it doesn't matter to me whether they're idiots or
There's
they're
a
megas.
There is a difference between someone actively supporting what's in the conservative policy
I'm
declaration
sorry.
and
I'm
the MAGA
sorry.
system and just being ignorant. And like,
I'm sorry, but if you are ignorant at this point in your life, if you are still ignorant enough to be able to look down south and go, oh, it sounds like a good idea for us to go conservative here. If you're thinking that, then we're screwed. Then we're screwed as a country, because it still means that this is the way that it will continue, and that ignorant person will never stop not being ignorant. Like,
Yep, we're headed to 1938.
There is a chance to educate ignorant people a lot more than there is to change hateful people.
As somebody who's been trying actively on the Book of
Not in
Face,
Alberta.
it's not. As somebody who actively lives in the absolute worst conservative province in this whole entire country, I
Yeah.
disagree.
That's
I
what I
literally
was
had
trying to
a
say.
family
Okay.
member attack me online saying that Carney was paying people to show up to an event. I'm
closest
so
family
beyond
members.
angry and done right now. Like, you've
Yeah.
no idea the amount of fury I feel, and I'm like, I know that the clock is ticking at this point. This is a click for me, especially being where I am in this country. I'm sitting in a freaking time bomb right now.
Yeah, one thing was really clear though. Like one thing was made absolutely crystal clear is that most of the hatred and the vitriol was directed at one person, and the rest of the country is 50-50. And amongst that 50% on the conservative side, it appears that there's a portion of them that are 25 to 30% are solidified like MAGA. And then there's a portion of those people who are legacy voters who will never, it doesn't matter what the policy is. And that's the core group of their voting base. What the positive that we have is that it's not half as bad as what we thought it was. And that all it took was a change in leadership to show us that Canada is still, for lack of better choices, 50-50 on policy. So I think there's a lot to take away from this. We were like 3 months ago, they were projecting 230 seats, 225 seats. Never been done before. The largest government ever projected, right? Like this is what we need to look at. Do I want a Liberal majority? Of course. I'm probably one of the biggest Liberal supporters here. I've been a Liberal supporter since 16. Like, I feel, I feel better than I did, in November about our chances. So,
But Happy, do you live in a place where you could actually have someone represent you who is not conservative? Do you?
Look at me though. Like, do you think that?
Because I don't, and I never have. Not my whole life have I ever had the opportunity to be represented by any other party besides a conservative party, ever.
Yeah, like I
It's
think
disgusting.
I can speak for Tiffany. Like when you guys are like, you can't believe that so much of the country is ignorant to what's going on. For us living in Alberta, we know because we live in the pit of it, right? So when we see the rest of Canada who we are relying on to pull through for us, like we can understand the pit of despair, but I think we get disappointed on a different level. And
Because we live in it. Because we live in it every day.
I only had to spend 4 days there to realize what you ladies are saying. I think that we got to keep going. If you need to take some time off, recoup, and and get other people so you don't have to do all the work. You've gained a new supporter in me. I didn't start TikTok for politics, and here I am.
You can't really take time off from living life. So I think that, I see the urgency, I hear the urgency, and, I wish that there was something that anybody could do to attenuate those kinds of anxieties and realities. I do understand that what you're saying.
I just spoke to, I'm in a little Liberal group. I'm in a Liberal group with my MP and all the volunteers and everybody that worked on this campaign in my riding. And yeah, basically the Conservatives poured an insane amount of money into the riding that I'm in and the one beside me. And that's why we're seeing it go blue for the first time in decades, literally in decades. Like I was not even alive the last time this area went Conservative, and it's because they had a shit ton of money that they dumped into it. A shit ton. Like this is what I was saying earlier. How do we fight when we don't have the fucking funding and the resources that these motherfuckers have?
When we look at, okay, yeah.
Well, you know what? As an Albertan, it never stops. It never fucking stops, because if it's not from the PC cons, it's from the UCP. I have lived in this province my whole entire life and never been represented. Like, I literally am represented by an NDP person for my provincial riding. I think this is one of the first times in my whole entire life, almost 44 years of it. I have never once on a federal level been represented ever by another party, ever. Nor have I ever even had the opportunity, nor has it ever been close. Not even a little bit. You know what? There was one year I didn't even bother to vote because I lived in Fort McMurray. And what the fuck would be the point there? Because it's not even a split vote. There's not even an opportunity. Literally in Alberta, for most ridings, it's not even an opportunity for the other party to win. Ever. Yeah, I know, Curious Leaf. I know you know the despair I feel right now. And looking at all of those close ridings and having this hope be given, and then to look at the results and realize it was a fucking joke. And all of us wasted our effort because there really was no chance. Every riding, except for 2 in Edmonton, it was well over 50% for each conservative. So there was no chance. Ever.
I just want to address this comment. Maybe you should move then to a place that supports you, because as an Albertan, we don't.
Yeah.
That's that right there.
There's Mega.
They're in
right
our
there.
comments right now. See, that's all of them.
Stop
There they are.
crying.
There they are. There they all are.
How
And
does
you know
it
what?
feel as a
Hey,
person
guys.
in Alberta that you're afraid of diversity? How does that feel? You're afraid of diversity because you're afraid of your ego. You, as probably a white person, you're afraid of someone of color, of someone of different diversity having the same equal opportunities as you.
There you
And
go. Thomas just said it. I should leave Canada.
You understand
And the
that
sad part
those
is
people
And I
that
hear that all the time, by the way. That is a
those
constant.
people
wait,
thought-
hold on.
Stop,
The
man.
sad
Those people
thing is
thought
that
conservatives were
commenter
gonna win.
doesn't realize.
Can you please have one
I would
person
love
talk?
to hear what Happy has to say.
Oh, sorry.
You know, sorry, I'll make it quick, but like these people thought that they were going to run away with an election. They thought they were going to clear house. Every single they knew that they were going to win, and now that they see that they're not, and they don't hold as much power, they're going to continue to try to antagonize. And when they hear you expressing yourself like this, and in your moment of sharing this, they're going to try to exploit on your anger, you know, and they don't give a fuck about you or how you feel. But
Oh
they
no,
don't-
they've already started planning the papers for separation. They
They don't
planned it before
represent-
all of this.
Well, good fucking luck.
It's not like I read into all that and I know all of that, but what it comes to is both Tiffany and I, it's not just a matter of we're not allowed to express our opinions, is we literally are put into harm's way, physically harm's way when we express ourselves in Alberta. It's not just a matter of we're going to have people try to go after our vulnerability and shut us down. Literally death threats, great bean threats. They're going to come to my house and burn it down. It is physical threats.
So
I couldn't even
Can I
put a
just say
sign on my
something?
lawn. I couldn't even put a sign on my lawn for fear that somebody would come here. And I would never do that to my children or my husband.
I had an LGBTQ flag on my lawn. Gone.
Yep. You like, and this is the problem. Like, I understand it and appreciate that you guys want to support us, but I don't think you really understand. If you don't live here, you don't get it.
It's bad.
It's like
So,
living
I
in
just wanna say-
Florida MAGA. Florida MAGA would be a good, that Texas doesn't even hold a candle. Florida would be a good option. To give you guys an idea what it feels like. And as a woman, it is scary. It is.
I
say-
apologize for speaking over Happy. I didn't realize you were talking earlier. And I know that you can't open carry, but you can certainly legally carry bug spray in your purse, and that will sting the eyes.
But we shouldn't have to, and that's the
I
point.
know.
We should never have to
yes.
live in a place where that is the case.
You know what? I have been attacked. I know it's worse where you live, but I don't want to compare who has it worse. I know you have it bad there. I'm in my own little way just trying to help because I know it's bad there. I only had to spend 4 days there to know.
Yeah, I've lived
And I
here my
will
whole
help
life.
protect you.
I'm sure Curious too has lived here her whole life. It's
I lived
exhausting.
in Saskatoon briefly to go to university.
How is
and
that in
I was
comparison?
like, wow, this place is liberal. That's comparing. That's how different it is. When you're in Alberta, it is living like you are in Arkansas or somewhere down in the deep south of the United States. It is uneducated rednecks in Alberta that do not care of people of color or
I think-
people that aren't straight.
Or don't work for oil, or don't work for them.
Or they're disabled.
Yeah, if they're
Or
not,
if you are-
if they're not a worker bee, they're done.
Yeah, if I'm not married, if I don't have kids, like all of these things are working against me.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that when we look at the way forward, I think with the way that Alberta wants to expand energy sectors and the way that Carney had invested in energy sectors, I think, hopefully with the economy doing well, and the budget should balance itself, we can have more and like pipelines built, but just in a better way. And I do see him developing different ways of getting that going. So usually when that happens, people start to calm down a bit.
Curious, I don't know if you're old enough to have been around in the early 2000s, Fort Mac.
I'm only 3 years younger than you.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to assume. But trust me, boom time makes it worse.
They
And
get
Curious
more
knows exactly what I mean.
disgusting.
It makes
That's
it
when
worse.
domestic assaults go up. Is when our oil field goes up. There's more domestic assaults. They get
And
really
SA
bad.
and all of it. It's
Yep.
worse.
Yep.
Sorry,
I wish it was that. I wish the people here were more, I hate to use the word normal, but that's what it is. It's not, it makes it less safe. The more money that flows, the more easily it flows, the worse it gets.
Well, I was thinking more developing like infrastructure for more, like it doesn't matter. I don't want to get into back and forth about how safe or unsafe it is for a woman in a place filled with rednecks and predisposition for violence. That's not what this live is about. And I'm sorry that you're going through it. And I don't want to act like I know better, but I'm very hopeful for the future. And I think that we take the wins where we can, because if it went the other way, you would be double time fucked.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
I think we don't have to give up. I mean, I'm not going to speak for you, but I think we can take a moment and enjoy the time that we have and get back up for a different fight tomorrow, and refocus our energies on provincial and municipal and federal at some point. Policing matters and safety matters, and I think that if we have somebody that will listen to us, we can work towards hopefully a better I don't want to say it because it sounds corny, a better life for everyone.
And Tiffany, I just want you to know that I believe you.
I know. I think at this moment, I feel completely hopeless where I live. And I think I feel like I don't believe anymore that I have the ability to advocate for change here. Ever. In my whole life. For the rest of it. I am at that point where I realize nothing here will ever change, and it's only going to get worse.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like also whenever we have, like, I pay attention to what Alberta looks like in federal elections all the time because it usually dictates what's going to happen 2 years later in our provincial election. And considering the government we have now and how corrupt it is and how they are screwing over the vulnerable population in this province, that speaks volumes of what's going to happen in our next provincial election. Because if that's the mindset of Albertans now, what is it going to be in 2 years?
So here's my thing, because I've been hearing this in a lot of different lives, right? Pierre totally went off hinge in an interview, literally like attacking every conservative premier that didn't back him. His party has already come out and basically said, like, you better hope you win your seat. Jenny Burns has to go. Like, they're already looking to reform the party on their own. And the fact that they went from 25 point lead to you're still opposition killed him. It killed off the right wing. Now, here's where the change has to come. Even if it's in a minority government, if you get 2 years of massive growth out of our economy due to the Liberal Party with Mark Carney, all of a sudden, all those people that have been buying right-wing rhetoric this is the problem. This is the problem. No pipeline, no this, no that. All that changes when they start building houses, when they start doing all the things that they want to do. That's when all of a sudden, wait, how come I'm working because of liberal government? Why was I not working for 3 years under a conservative government that had access to all this stuff?
Hold on.
And
I'm
I've
sorry.
got my provincial governments that weren't helping me at the same time.
Can someone kick Elevated Motivation? It's got a German eagle, and it's been calling someone snowflake.
Yeah, I can do it.
Thank you. And if either of you ever want to just yell at me or share or whatever, contact me. I'll just sit there and listen. Okay, guys?
All
you.
I wanted to say earlier
No, let
was
Shojin
that
Go for
your
it.
feelings are valid. And you're right, Happy, and I don't know what it's like to live in your riding, going through what you're going through. So your frustration, your concerns, your depression on it, 100% valid. I also want to say that we still dodged a bullet tonight. Getting a liberal minority doesn't mean the conservative movement is dead, but it does mean they didn't take over all of the country. So we do have to keep that part in mind too. But I get
Well,
what
there's
you're
still a
saying
chance
about
at the
your
majority,
experience,
though. It still hasn't been
your
fully
feelings are
called.
valid.
Yeah, it's not going to be a majority. It won't. But what you were saying is like, oh, if the economy does so much better in 2 years from now, I think that's asking a lot of a really tough situation with the trade wars, with Trump being in power. I don't think we're going to see this boom of economic growth in 2 years. I think the plan needs to be a lot more long term. We're probably not going to see the benefits of all of that until it's been at least 4 years, because things just don't happen overnight. These plans are long-term plans. So I don't think that these conservatives are going to feel any different 2 years from now and go, oh, I'm changing my mind. I'm going to stop listening to propaganda online. I think they're just going to keep going.
You don't have to get all the conservatives, and you don't have to get all the red-pilled conservatives. You just have to get the center-right conservatives. And I think that if you navigate the Trump situation over the next 2 years, it doesn't even have to be flawlessly. You just have to be able to navigate it comfortably, I think, and you come out ahead, and the far right become less of a factor, and we can start to really, I don't want to say attack, but whittle away at their foothold in the Conservative Party.
I feel like that is probably true in Ontario and maybe BC. That's not a true statement for Alberta. This is only going to make things worse. You're only going to make Albertans feel more separated, because just as I've never had the opportunity to have someone represent me that I align with morally, all of these people have been conversely voting for this party for my whole entire life, and they feel not represented at all. And it doesn't seem to matter whether they have a majority government or not a majority government. It doesn't seem to matter, and they are too not with it to realize that they keep voting against themselves for a party that will never fulfill what they're asking. And it doesn't matter whether it's federal or provincial. And I think this is only going to, you're asking of Carney, who now doesn't have a completely, he doesn't have a complete mandate because he doesn't have a majority, to now fight against Danielle Smith and her band of, I don't even want to know what I should call them today. Yahoos?
Cronies.
Yeah, cronies, whatever.
Really,
Really, we could go with ding dong. So there's just so many adjectives galore, but you're asking him to then go do battle, because we know she's
That's
going
not
to
what
fight
I'm
tooth and
asking.
nail completely for everything. always. And it wouldn't matter even if it benefited the people of Alberta, because she doesn't care about us.
That's not what I'm asking though. Like I'm really not asking that. What I'm saying is there's an element within the Conservative Party that has become dangerous and volatile, and I think that that's really what the focus needs to be put on. And as we eradicate that from our current political climate, we start to whittle away at the threat against, women and people of color and other targeted groups. And we can begin to kind of like reinstall a true set of conservative values within that side of Parliament that kind of starts to move forward against their continued aggression. That's kind of how I feel.
And I'm going to say something, and this doesn't mean that what the people that are like Floridians and Texans in your province are doing is right. But as someone in sobriety, I really try to remember for my own self, health, my own mental health, is to figure out what I can change. Because if I can't change it and I'm just going to keep banging my head against that wall, I'm the one who's going to bleed. And that doesn't make what they think and what they do and what they say right. And that's not what I mean by that, okay?
Yeah. And again, everything I said kind of underscores the severity of what you just said, and it kind of takes away from everything. So again, that's not my intention. I'm hopeful that we can form a solution, especially with the awareness that has, recently been brought forward.
Pra is saying that Singh just resigned.
Did he?
Yeah. He just resigned as leader of the MDP.
That needed to happen.
What are the numbers?
Right, he lost his seat and resigned.
I've got 163 to 149, 23, 7 and 1.
Yep.
According to CBC.
149 and 23 is what? 172?
I think Pierre's losing his
Yeah,
seat
but that's
as
the
well.
block.
That's 172, right?
Pierre's, with half
Yeah.
the polls closed, Pierre is down in votes right
That
now.
would mean they
Yeah,
would
I
have
think
to
he's
get-
going to lose his.
They would have to get
Oh, at
every
least that would be a
single-
cherry on top of the cake.
It would be.
Yeah.
At least I'd get something out of it. At least I'd get a cherry on the milkshake.
But they have to get every single member of the block to vote with them, right? To form a coalition.
Exactly. Well, now it just jumped to 164.
163.
I think,
Yeah.
I think what I'm struggling
well,
with.
it just jumped on CBC 164, 148. So it's going to
163.
ride. So 148 or 164 gives the NDP the power to bring them to 171 with the Green Party with Elizabeth May as the power vote.
So imagine that. They're forced into a coalition.
Elizabeth May already talked about forming coalition before.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
like
and
to
now the
see
NDP
her-
doesn't have a leader, so
I'd like to see her hold a position within the cabinet.
I like Elizabeth May. She's great.
Yeah,
I
I
love
don't know. I don't know if I'd be
Me
like.
too.
I don't know if I'd be ready to hand her the reins of environment minister or anything.
Tiffany, we need to just become a radical Green Party.
Let's do it. Well, and you know what? Colton Jones has a fantastic question for me, and I would love to have the rest of the panel answer it, just because I think it's a really interesting question. Do you honestly believe the most pressing issues in Canada are LGBTQ rights?
There's a human rights and
Yeah, I was gonna
moving
say.
forward that there's no moving forward without recognition of human rights.
So,
Yes.
so Colton,
That's facts.
I'm gonna say that yes, I believe that is one of the most pressing issues is to protect, I'm going to say all minority rights, not just the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, but also women's rights, indigenous rights, all minorities. We need to protect people from discrimination, especially now, more than
Can I
ever.
just point out, all of the conservatives in the comments I'm seeing all have your trucks as your profile pictures.
I have a truck.
They're
not the-
definitely from Alberta.
Yep.
I have a
And it's
truck.
not
Yo.
truck nuts, it's just trucks.
So
Don't
long
hate on
as
trucks,
one-
man. Don't hate on trucks. Stop
So
hating
long
on
as-
trucks.
Affect all of us.
Yeah.
They
So
are,
yeah,
but
human
Jerry,
rights are
at
the
least you
number
have
one
your
concern.
face. They have their trucks.
Yeah,
What?
well, I used to have my truck.
I'm looking at buying.
I
a new
have to make
truck.
jokes.
my
like,
old
me and
profile
Curious have to
picture
make
was
jokes
my
about
truck.
trucks. Like,
Okay, Tyler, you're blocked because you are disgusting.
I wanted to get an electric truck, but I don't like the design, like of the front grille, and I like the other design better. So I'm kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard spot, you know.
I wanted to answer that
A better
question.
choice is just to not get a truck. Huh? Just don't get a truck. There you go.
the better choice
I
is a
have
Forerunner.
question for truck owners, though. How often
No, I
do you need a truck that big with a big box? What are you carrying all the time that you need it?
I don't need a big box. I get a short box.
But what are you hauling all the time that you need it?
Well,
Unless
for
it's
me-
for your work.
For me, it's kind of a low.
my camping gear, my hunting gear. I need to pull the moose that I pull out of the
suspension.
bush.
Yeah, if you're a big nature person, then it's totally understandable.
It's also
If you're a big
and then
nature
I work
person, totally
construction, so
understandable.
It's also
my truck gets used.
right? The trucks,
Yeah,
they
if you're
have-
There's a
using your
difference
truck,
between
yes.
having a truck and having a truck with 46-inch tires.
Well, yeah.
No.
Well, I mean,
You don't need
I
the
understand
ladder.
that. I see that all the time.
I
Where
think,
I'm
I think
like,
the ones I was looking at are 21.
The Kyles. I like to call them the Kyles.
Yeah.
Only the Kyles. And don't
but
forget, it has
that's
to
what
be
they're coming with though
lifted
now.
and
Now they're all
chipped
coming with
and-
20-inch.
Yeah, I have.
They're all coming 20-inch now.
Yeah,
Why
Yeah,
do you
they totally
think
or 30 if you get the
they're
Raptor.
catering to the people who buy them?
Yeah.
Soon they're all just going to come pre-chipped, pre-lifted with truck nuts on the back. It's
Oh,
just going to be a thing.
You can get
Like,
that.
trust me, if I could afford it, I would buy the Ford Velociraptor. No
Oh, yeah.
questions asked.
Well, there's a Ford Shelby truck that you might look at. It.
Like a
Well,
Shelby Mustang, like a
you know what I
Shelby
actually
motor?
wanted to get? I really wanted to get
There's
one.
a GT.
But they
up on
were
shop
just so
today.
expensive. Was when International reintroduced their pickup, and it was all like going after Hummer, and they were like Hummer move over was their whole slogan, and I was
Johnny,
like, I love that look.
You want one of these?
That was bomb.
What was that cartoon with the
seen,
racer kid? The Japanese racer kid cartoon?
Yeah,
Speed
yeah,
Racer?
where the car was white with the red stripe.
Yeah.
Speed Racer, isn't it? What or no? What is
Yeah,
his name?
Speed Racer, Speed Racer.
2006 or something like that. Mustang GT something or other. It only has like 25,000 kilometers. It has a rocket ship engine in it.
You know what truck
You
I
see that
really want?
engine?
I really want the Cybertruck to blow up.
Oh. I was
Oh
looking
yeah,
at,
is he ever?
I was
He's
looking
just
at
running
getting
away
a,
with it,
I
eh?
was
Bruce
looking at
Fanjoy is running away with it.
I was looking at getting really he was a pretty cool dude. I got to anyway. The
Yeah.
Mach-
Oh, I loved his ads. His ads, they were
Yeah.
His
fucking
billboard.
flawless.
Yeah.
No, like Bruce Fanjoy had ads running across like Ottawa because like that's all Carlton, right? So on all local stations all the time, hockey games, whatever you were watching, you were getting a Bruce Fanjoy ad for the last like month. And it was like he literally sat there and was like, Pierre Polyev voted against this. This is what we like in Carlton. Pierre Polyev voted against this. This is what we like in Carlton. Pierre Polyev voted against this. this is what we like in Carleton. And he's like, why do you keep voting for this guy for 20 years? He's like, it is time for a change. Oh, it was beautiful. And he sits there and he's like a more vibrant Mark Carney as he's sitting there doing his ads. It was beautiful.
You definitely had more of a
If you
blue
can,
collar
you
appeal.
got to try and look up some of Bruce Vanjoy's ads. It's just
Yeah.
great. He's just like sitting there, just calm, blah, 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 talking to you like normal. Here you go. I was like, oh.
Apparently, Pee-Pee's giving a little speech right
Yeah.
now.
I think I'll catch the highlights on this hour.
I was hoping he's resigning too. Fingers crossed and toes.
He lost by a lot. Thanks, Super John.
Oh,
I'm
that's
pretty
life.
happy he lost.
Yeah.
I think he's stuck now.
I always said that I would never get a truck unless I needed one. And
I'm pretty
now that I
excited.
live out in the bush, I might buy one just for the winter time. I live on a dirt road, but if you live in a city, unless it's for work,
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a sec, but whoever's playing that pier in the background, can you turn it up and can we actually listen to his speech?
Yep.
Thank you.
It's over.
Continue to be, to restore that promise.
His concession speech.
You guys all hear this, right?
Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
I'm not retiring. This is really going help them. They are still chatting.
What are they bringing home still?
Continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que c'est un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup.
Doesn't sound like he's going to leave on his own.
We have much to
No,
celebrate
he's not
tonight. Great
leaving
game,
right
well
now.
over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote.
No, you didn't.
Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. No, there,
15 seats.
we'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people.
Now he says that?
I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien.
So he's going to keep going. He's going to keep lying. He's going to keep red pilling young men. And it's going to be awesome. What a great time.
Did he win? You can't see him, but honestly, I swear I see tears in his eyes. Like, not like...
He knows he's fighting hard. He's fighting to hold them back.
His 20-year career is over.
Yep.
Leurs espoirs.
He didn't win?
Everywhere I went, hard work.
No, and he's losing his
seat by almost 3,000 votes.
About their struggles.
And they're like over half counted.
But also their hopes and dreams.
Oh wow.
Welders and waitresses.
There's a very good chance he's done.
Seniors, small business owners, and single mothers. Young Canadians and young families.
If you really tell it's going to matter, somebody else will take his place and do the exact same thing because they're reading out of a playbook.
Out of their home.
Do you know how many people are posting on Facebook right now from Alberta that they want to become the 51st state?
Others who are afraid to go out.
Let them. I will try to pull
You need to message me on Facebook, Tiffany, and then we can be friends. Like PM me on here, and then we can.
For sure, I'm the exact same name, same picture. See,
these people.
Okay, I will add you, Tiffany, and you can.
And I will continue to
for sure.
fight
I'm just
every day and
embarrassed.
every day.
Like more than anything,
Never give
seriously,
up. I'm fighting for the Canadian people.
And he's like, we held them from not being able to form government, and yet it's currently 164 and 8 for the NDP, which gives you 170.
Stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament.
He did this to himself.
The people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed.
Oh, it's not the best outcome, but we dodged a bullet. At least nationally.
Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we
internationally
never give up, because our people and
we're not
our
a
country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout
right now, yeah. That's a superpower. But right now it's going back and forth.
Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so,
Josh, we did not eat the
my
bullet.
message tonight
We dodged the bullet.
for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood.
Plans I did not
For
care
those
about.
who are
Is
now
he gonna vote about
He's
people
literally-
disabled and LGBTQ as well?
worried
Like
about
he's
losing their
listing all the
jobs
people he's not
because of
protecting.
Unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America.
That's because
For
they
all
lie.
of those
He's
who left
campaigning
behind
right now.
forgotten.
He's literally
My
fucking
message is
campaigning
one.
right now.
Change will take
He's
time,
Donald
but we
Trump
will
right
fight
back on
for
his
that
campaign
change,
trail.
and we will deliver that.
He's fighting
change.
for his job
And we
right
will
now.
never give up on fighting
Saying,
the
"Please
great
keep me
Canadian
on as leader,
promise
even if I
that
lose my
anyone
seat."
from anywhere can achieve anything. That hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house.
I'd love to see
on a
the
safe
backstory.
street,
Everybody
protected
work
by
and
our
pay
brave troops
taxes.
under our proud
Except for
flag.
me.
Canada first, Canada always.
I'm the
Let's
biggest
bring it
welfare
home.
queen.
Thank you very much, Canada.
Why
Merci
the
beaucoup,
hell does
Canada.
he keep saying howling? What's the fucking howling?
Sounds like a Trump song.
It's
Because he
definitely-
is Timu Trump. Like, I don't understand how people don't get this. The only thing he
definitely
hasn't
AI
quite
song.
finished off with is the orange spray tan. He's done all the rest of the work. I'm pretty sure even that's his dance. I'm sure.
I saw the size of the rallies.
If we watch
They were
him, that will be
huge.
his dance.
Biggest rallies.
Oh my
These
god.
rallies were huge.
What? And I just posted on Facebook because I honestly I don't know how to relay this message to Albertans. Albertans have so much power federally. If, and I'm going to finish the if because it's the most important part, they became the swing province.
They
If they
just got-
stopped voting solely conservative and became a swing province, we'd have everything in this province we ever wanted because people would actually, feds would actually come here and, listen to our concerns. But because
You know what? Feds would actually like us.
If you could convince people to move out there, you'd be better off.
You know what though?
They tried.
I want
They
to
tried
say.
to pay us to move there, and we wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason
You know-
Kenney.
$5,000.
Y'all
No,
would
Jason
be-
Kenney
$5,000 to
spending
come out.
millions budgeting, getting ads out to Ontario to pull people into Alberta.
Same with
What?
Yeah.
Danielle Smith.
$5,000 for the first 2,000 of us that went out
Yeah.
and qualified.
And qualified.
I was like, whoa, what happened here? So I'm gonna go out there, and then I got to apply, and then you're gonna be like, okay, let's see if you qualify for our application process. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
right?
And in Alberta,
I'm
you
like-
don't trust me. Been there, done that,
Yeah,
still doing
I'm
that.
like, okay, this is coming from the government that literally just like, yeah,
Takes money from disabled people. Yeah, that government.
Yep.
exactly.
And was it
Raise property
45
taxes 27%.
KRA? It was $45 million from the disabled community. So our checks are at like $1,900 right now. They're going down to like, they're trying to bring us down, I think, to like $1,200.
I only get 800 and
whatever
change.
it's gonna be whatever the federal government gives you.
Yeah.
That's what they're gonna take away from you
Yep, that's the clawback.
because that's helping you. So if they give you $1, they're taking
But then-
away $1.
But see, the thing is, my dad has to apply for me because that's what the CRA already told me. So it goes to my dad. There's no way they can claw back on me if it goes to my dad.
Do you know what the irony of this whole thing is? Is that they want to move people to an ADAPT program, so they want to get disabled people working. So they want you to make your own more revenue and pay taxes on it.
For them, yeah.
They encourage you to have a part-time job and to work. And like as a single person, you can make like just over $1,000 a month before you get your AISH clawed back from you. But yet $200 from the government comes and they're taking that away.
Right. Actually, you can make a little more than $1,000 on age because I'm on it, and I'm
If you have
scared if I
kids.
make. I have a kid, but
Yeah.
he's 18, so that doesn't count for me. But
I've tried. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've tried to get a job. I'm on CPP, and as soon as they find out that I can only work so many hours, I just don't get the job. And I can't prove that they're, you know, not
literally-
hiring me because of my disability, but I know it. And just to Tiffany and Leaf, remember, if you're going to carry a bat in your car, make sure you have a baseball glove there as well, or they will consider that a weapon. So if you have a baseball glove as well, you have the
No, do yourself a
plausibility.
favor. Do yourself a favor. Don't worry about a baseball bat. You get yourself a tire thumper. You're allowed to carry them.
Are you?
Yep.
I don't have a
Yeah,
car,
because
so
I
what
have
can
to
I
check my
carry?
tires to make sure that they're good. So
what can I
every
carry?
commercial truck, so you know how like commercial vehicles we have to do a walk around. Technically,
Yeah.
by law, you're supposed to do that with your car.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't drive. What do I carry? Because like, there's not much I can. I've got the alarm. I've got like 2 special alarms in my purse, and that's about all I have. I don't know.
Carry bug spray because it's legal. I mean, you want to keep the bugs off you, and it sprays a decent distance. And if you aim for the eyes, I mean, aim for the bugs. Misspoke there. So sorry.
Yeah, well, it's the
bug's
bugs, the
eyes.
flies around their head.
Yeah, the bug's eyes. Like, I mean, you know, you gotta
I
get
did dog
Never
sports.
admit
You know
that
how
you're
many
carrying it
leashes
for
I have in my
protection.
car?
If
Also,
you admit you're carrying for protection, then they're considered premeditative and you can get in trouble. So you just happen to have it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you're going to the bank, so you have a roll of toonies in each pocket.
Put them in a sock.
No sock.
No.
Just, no,
In your
just
fist.
put
Carry
them.
them in a sock.
In
Yeah.
your fist. It's brass knuckles.
You just hold them in your hand, if need be.
Oh,
And
Christine, I gotta send you the link to one of my friends' pages. She's an Indigenous person, and she's giving me a set of those, but they're not brass. They're just what's that? They're resin.
okay, yeah.
So I'll send you
Like
the link to her page. Yeah, and she's got some. It's
like a
fucking wild
decorative
that.
a decorative
Yeah,
double ring made of
yeah,
resin
yeah, a decorative ring. Yeah, we'll call it that.
These are
with
pretty hard.
yeah.
Yep.
I always
There
have
you
to
go.
read
You can buy a ring that looks like it's a cat, so it has ears, but
Yes,
they're
that's what it is. A cat ring.
kind of pointy. And if you wear 2 of them at the same time, it's a fashion statement.
Right. And Leaf and who else is in Alberta?
Tiffany.
Christine?
Yeah.
What?
Are you in Alberta, Christine?
No, I'm in Ontario, but like I am a woman, so
Okay. So if someone is trying to like come up to you and you get a chance, take your tube, like your pointer in your middle and put them up like you're holding a firearm. Find the third pine in between the rib, push in and go up and it'll drop a man to his knees.
yeah,
Trust me.
I know hand-to-hand combat. But also, if you don't know a lot about hand-to-hand combat and you want to use one of these tools, make sure you're going to use them, or they're going to be used against you. Also, you might want to take up knitting and carry
You're blocked. Oh, thank
I
you
gotta
for
go
zapping
because
that. You were
I gotta
zapped
go
that
to work
one.
in 4 hours.
Are you trying to trigger people, Happy?
I honestly think that we should just start bringing back hats with hat pins. I think it's time to bring back the hat with a hat pin. What do you think, ladies? Hat pins?
Oh, yes.
I think it's time to bring that back. Hats with hat pins.
You know,
I'll trigger
fashion
some people.
statement.
Yeah.
I just want to give a quick warning though. If we talk about this topic for too long, our TikTok live might get in trouble. So just be careful, and we can kind of go like back and forth because one time we did get a strike for talking about self-defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stop.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying.
Can I get the
I am
big
done for the night.
Okay.
I'm just wondering who wants to, like, do you want me to leave this up for 45 minutes and I can come back and shut it down? I just need a break. I can do that, or does somebody want to take over? I don't know who is scheduled for 11.
Yeah, I'm about done.
I'm trying to look that up right now, but I don't know where to find it.
I was trying
I don't think there's anybody to take. I don't think there's anybody to take over.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock here. So I'm gonna go to bed, guys. So thank you so much for having me up, but it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, Pacific time is different. So let's just call
I
it
know.
a night, I think, if we're okay. Does anybody want to stay? Or are we all done?
I can host a live.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I can also just host a live on mine, I guess, and then go from there. It's up to you guys. If anybody else wants to host, I'll be on the panel.
I don't think I can hold a panel yet on mine. I haven't done enough lives.
I can host a live on my channel.
Tomorrow?
Frontline, if you want to just come to my page, I can host a live. I don't care.
Cool.
Is there one tomorrow as well?
No.
Tuesday.
There's also JB's live that's still going on, and like we can. I don't think all of us though can pop into the JB
Okay,
chat.
MNL.
There is that one as well.
Ban the races.
I do kind of want to scroll through TikTok a little bit and see what people have been posting, but at the same time, I don't know.
I don't think I want to do that. I'm kind of avoiding it. I've seen my Jugmeat Sing video blew up while we're on here.
Oh wow!
I definitely want to stay up until my riding's been called, because right now the one above me that was going conservative just went liberal and then got called for liberal, but mine is still being counted and there's still like a 300 vote lead for the conservative, and I don't think I'm going to bed tonight until I figure out what my riding's going to be, because right now it is literally one blue zone in the middle of red ones. That's the only zone. It is literally the only area in the Grand, well, except for Richmond Center. So Richmond Center and Marple went blue, and then the area that I'm in right now is potentially going to go blue too. And
Not mine. I'm going to start a live, and you guys can just join mine. Love that.
Okay.
Okay.
Greetings. Bye.
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 Good night, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
And everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.